something pop up on your screen that gives me permission to record. So if you guys don't mind and you will acknowledge that. So 302 contracts and closings, one of your post licensing courses. Just do a little welcome introduction, course expectation, all that good stuff. Most of you know either in person or by phone or via email in some way or another. I'm sure you know Miss Lane. She's the one that keeps us all, bless her heart, she's the one that keeps us all put together, all of us. So Lane is the owner director of our school. If you have anything school related, feel free to reach out to Lane. She's here to help. So if you don't already have, obviously you have her email because that's how you got into this call this evening. But if you need her phone number, there it is. I encourage you to jot it down. And then I'll be your instructor for 302. My name is Julie Campbell. And here's my phone number and email. And I do encourage you to jot it down because I want to hear from you guys. I'm always available for questions. I'm always available if you get stuck, if you need help. That's why I'm here. So as you guys are reviewing anything or getting ready for your test in a couple weeks, I want you to feel free and feel comfortable to reach out to me. Text and email tends to be the best for me. And know that I'll get back to you as soon as I can. It may not be immediately, but I will get back to you as soon as I can. Just a little bit about myself. I just celebrated 20 years in the industry last year. So I guess this summer will be my 21st year somehow. I started as an admin. I have a heavy administrative background. So I was the one that got to take care of the agents and then let the agents go out and do the sales. And then one day I woke up and I said, well, why do the agents get to have all the fun? I want to have fun too. So I made the transition into sales, and about 5 years ago, I decided to wear two hats. So you have sales Julie and you have instructor Julie. So depending on what hat I'm wearing when, I'm kind of like Christina. I need to stop and think, okay, what role am I playing right now? I don't have to figure out what state I'm in, but I have to figure out what role I'm playing right now. My sales office is in Winston-Salem. So I kind of got the best of the triad, and with gas prices, I may have to limit how often I can go to Winston-Salem, but that's all right. We'll make that work out too. So if you guys are good, everybody have my number, and I know my email's long, but it makes sense, doesn't it? Because who am I? I am Julie, the real estate instructor at gmail.com. So if you can remember it that way instead of writing all that down, that might be a little bit easier for you. This class has an attendance requirement. The real estate commission says I need you here 90% of the time, regardless of the reason. So in a 30-hour class, 90% of the time, this means you can only miss 3 hours. So if something comes up, we understand life happens. If you need to leave early, if you need to come on late, you guys work during the day? Anybody? A couple of you? Okay, so you might be running in the front door and logging right onto Zoom like as soon as you get home. So, if you get stuck in traffic or something and you're 10 minutes late, I mean, that's okay because you can miss up to 3 hours. Just be careful you don't let that time get away from you. Of course, I'll be tracking it as well. And if you find that you're not able to fulfill the time, if something comes up, just reach out to Lane. Lane's amazing, and she's always willing to work with you guys. So 3 hours is our parameter in this class. As I mentioned earlier, there is an exam at the end. This is what we'll do together on the last day, which is like 2 weeks from Wednesday. So we'll look at our schedule in just a second. You have to get a 75% to pass. We'll talk more about that. You do get 3 hours for this exam because of the math. So you get more time on this exam than you do other post licensing. And because we have math, I need you guys to have a basic calculator. I will let you use a basic calculator. I cannot let you use your phones for the exam because your phone has Google. So if you need to go calculator shopping, I encourage you to do so this weekend because we'll get going on the math next week. So please, and no formulas, not one of those TI 82s that can store formula. No, I can't have. Very, very basic calculator.
Not this.
That's a little fancy. Yep. If you have something, I hate to call this my dumb calculator, but you're with me, right? This is pretty much where we are. This is what we allow you to have. So I got mine for like $5.99, I think, so again, if you need one, you can go out. There's Amber. Hey, Amber. If you go out, you can, grab yourself one this weekend, and that would be great. With the exam, I'll allow you one retake if you need to, if you don't pass. If you don't pass, that means you just get to spend some one-on-one time with me, and we'll figure out what you're still unclear about, what I can help you with, and then we'll allow you to retake it if need be. But if you hang in there with me, and the last thing we'll do together is a review. As I mentioned, post isn't near as intense as pre, and that's fine and dandy, but it still requires a commitment from you guys, because we want to make sure you understand it. We want to make sure you can do the math. We want to make sure you understand the material. So we're going to introduce you to a program in just a minute that has some practice quizzes for you guys, some opportunities for you guys to help you wrap your brain around this topic, this information. Probably one of the biggest challenges we faced when we went online to Zoom were distractions at home. Can we all agree there's a lot going on at home? Let's just go ahead and put that out there. Is there a lot to do at home? Absolutely. Is there a phone near you right now? You're on a laptop with Google and Amazon and all sorts of things you can be doing, right? When we're together, I need you guys here, and I need you guys distraction free. So we meet 5 times, I think, for 5 hours, something like that. We'll look at our schedule. We will take a break. I take a 10-minute break on the hour-ish. So that's a great opportunity for you guys to return phone calls or texts or emails or whatever, pet the dogs, unload the dishwasher, whatever needs to be done. But I just ask that you guys commit and you guys give us the opportunity and the attention. This class is really important. A big part of this class is dealing with our sales contract. It's of my opinion that our sales contract is the most important document that we use in this industry, because that's the form that legally binds the buyer and the seller. So it's really important that we understand that form. So I please just ask for a distraction-free zone. One thing I absolutely will not tolerate is you driving while on Zoom. If you think you need to drive home from work and you can just log on or something, I'm going to remove you from the call. I'll let you log back on when you get to your destination. But if I see you driving a vehicle, I will remove you. That's just to keep yourself safe and others on the road safe as well. Questions or comments on that so far?
For the calculator, you need to see it before we use it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if you want to, that's perfect. Yep.
Okay.
And I was going to thank you, Maria. If you want to show it to me before your test to make sure it'll pass, that would be great. Yep. Okay. So with post licensing, as with pre, but with post licensing, I got a little bit more wiggle room for time and discussion. So I encourage you guys to speak out. This is a great size for this class because we have a small enough number that we can communicate, that we can share questions and stories and make sure that we're really clear. With that being said, I do reserve the right to keep us on track because we do have material that we have to cover, specifically what you need to know for the test. So I may interject and say, okay, guys, time to move on, something like that. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm watching our time and that we have all the material, that we cover all the material that the Real Estate Commission requires. This class, as with your other post licensing, we have this big honking thing, the real estate manual. You guys have either this or you can get a digital copy. If you go to the Real Estate Commission's website, the digital copy is only $25. The book is $50. So you can save a little bit of money there. The good news is we only go through this whole class, we only go through 3 chapters, and one of them will be through well before tonight's over. So that means we're spending most of our time in 2 chapters. But it's important that you guys have the material. The Real Estate Commission requires it. And it's important that you have the material so you have the information that you need. So if you want the hard book, you can get with Lane. Lane will help you get the real estate manual. If you want the digital copy, then you can go to the Real Estate Commission's website and grab it from there. I see Amber's got the hard book. So what I want to do real quick, because another tool that we utilize in this class, I just want to point out a couple things, make sure we're good. This is the email that you guys got from Lane that you use to access the class. So here's your Zoom link. Please note, we need you connecting on a laptop or a desktop, not trying to connect from a smartphone. Looks like we're all good here. I could not imagine trying to take a class on a screen this big and to see the PowerPoints and the information. I don't know, my tired eyes can't do that. So for various reasons, we do ask that you not connect on a smartphone. But the other thing I want to point out, two things I want to point out to you guys. We use a program at Carolina School of Real Estate called Learn, Test, Pass. And one thing I need you guys to do for homework is to access the Learn, Test, Pass account for this class. So the first thing you're going to want to do, there's a video tutorial. If you click on this link, this is like a 2-minute and 30-second video. So if you click on this link, it'll give you a tutorial on how to log in to Learn, Test, Pass. Jane walks you through step by step. And then here's the link that you'll use to create your account, or if you already have an account, connect with this class. Has anybody had a chance to do this yet before we met today? A couple of you? Okay. If you haven't, and you may have connected to another Learn, Test, Pass, but if you haven't connected to this one, please make that a homework assignment, we'll call it, for this weekend. So you guys can get in and start playing around. And we'll look at a few things in Learn, Test, Pass tonight as well. But there's some good, all the forms we discuss are in there. There's some good interactive quizzes. There's some good information. So by Tuesday, let's make sure we're all in. And the other thing I want to point out in Lane's email, your exam in a couple weeks is going to be in a program called Class Marker. And Class Marker is a testing site. But one thing we provide here is, again, a little video on what Class Marker looks like, how your test is going to come across, how you're going to see it. So somewhere between now and test day, if you guys will watch that Class Marker tutorial, kind of take away the anxiety of what's my test going to look like. You know, this will answer those questions, and then you won't have that to worry about, at least. Questions or comments? Concerns yet? Hopefully not yet. It's too early for concerns. Good. So, I don't think I have anything else. Just kind of ready to get started. I don't know about you guys. Let me check my little cheat sheet here and make sure I got everything, because I'm telling you, I'm a little brain. Yep, I have everything I need so far. So the question always comes up, or sometimes comes up, why do we even need post-licensing education? Why do we need to be here? Well, other than the fact that the Real Estate Commission says so, the purpose of post-licensing is to increase your competency in regard with sufficient knowledge and skills when you're dealing with the general public. You guys may remember that the Real Estate Commission's main purpose is to protect the public when they're dealing in real estate transactions. And one way that they can protect the public is not only to issue and regulate our license, but to educate us as well, make sure that we have a thorough understanding of the topics that we're dealing with the public. I always find it interesting. Probably the 3 heaviest tested topics in your pre-licensing are your 3 topics for post-licensing. So contracts and closings is where you're sitting right now. There's an agency one. They make it really long and lengthy and call it brokerage relationships and responsibilities, but really it's just agency. And then the third one is your license, law, and commission rule. So in some ways, you're not learning anything new in post-licensing. We're going to take those very basic topics that you learn in pre, and we're going to expand on them to help grow you so you can be a better agent for a long career. You guys want to be in this for a while. I'm a firm believer in education, and the Real Estate Commission feels that it starts here in post-licensing. So we're going to start, as I mentioned, we only cover 3 chapters in this class. And the first one we're going to look at is chapter 10. And we're going to get through that one pretty quickly. We'll be through that this evening. Chapter 10 is a really good review on contracts, on how contracts are formed, on how they're created, how they end. So chapter 10, if you got the digital version, you can search on the tab, open that up. But if you're looking in the book, we're on page 293. Some of you like to follow along. Some of you guys, I watch you guys taking so many notes by the end of the class. I feel bad for your little hand. It must be hurting, you know, trying to write everything down. So it might be easier to follow along in the book, but you know, whatever's best for you guys. So basic contract law is chapter 10. And in this section, we're going to define some basic contract terms. We're going to discuss the essential elements of a contract. What are the required ingredients to create a contract? And we're going to talk about contract law. So before we can really get into contracts, I think it makes sense to start with the basics. And to go back to the basics, one of the first things we can do is define what a contract is. And the definition of a contract is a deliberate agreement between 2 or more competent parties supported by legal consideration to perform or abstain from performing some act. So let's break this down just a little bit. A contract is a legally enforceable agreement between at least 2 parties. Once the parties enter into a legally binding contract, they are legally obligated to each other. We deal with contracts every day. This class is specifically about the sales contract, but if we were just to back up and look at the big picture, we also have our agency agreements. Those are a type of contract. It's a contract between the client and the firm. Our leases, maybe that the tenant and the landlord, or the tenant and the property manager, that's a legally binding contract. And when it comes to contract law, we need to understand some basic terms, some basic words. So let's do a little breakdown here. Contracts can be either express or implied. If something is express, it's clearly stated. Maybe it's orally, maybe it's in writing, but the terms are clearly stated. Real estate tends to take express one step further. Most of the documents, I can't think of a single one that we wouldn't, but most of the documents that we use are in writing. But understand the big picture of express says it can be oral and in writing. Our real estate contracts need to be in writing, so they're enforceable. And if you compare an express contract to an applied contract, an implied contract is suggested from the conduct, suggested by your actions. If you just started working with a buyer, you just met somebody on the street and said, I'm going to help you buy a house, and you just started acting like their agent without explaining it to them, that would be an applied relationship. Now we know that we have to explain it. We know that we have to explain old car and dual agency and all that good stuff. But if we were just to start acting like your agent, that would be an applied, and that's not allowed in real estate because everything we do is express and in writing eventually. So implied contracts are unenforceable. They would not stand up in a court of law. Contracts can also be unilateral or bilateral. Let's come back to unilateral in just a second. Let's talk first about bilateral. In legalese, Lateral means side. So a bilateral contract is two sides. Two parties have duties and obligations to each other. The most of what we deal with is a bilateral contract. It's a two-way street. A unilateral contract then is one side. One party has to promise, one party has to perform. And in real estate, we actually have an example of a unilateral contract, and that's our option to purchase that we'll talk about a little bit in this class. So hang on to that. We'll see unilateral again. Contracts can be either executed or executory. An executed contract is fully performed. All the terms of the contract have been fulfilled. All promises have been made. All terms have been fulfilled. An executory is a contract in motion. We still have something left to do. Our entire contract to closing process is an executory contract. We're going to spend time in this class talking about that contract to closing process. We're going to talk about specifically the buyer's due diligence and the things that they should and could be doing to help move towards that executed contract. Now, I know you guys haven't been around long, but have you been around real estate long enough to know that we like to have dual meanings for words? We like one word to mean like several different things. Isn't that a lot of fun? Welcome to real estate. Executed is in one of those dual meaning words. Executed could also mean that a document has been signed. And with this, you can use your context clues. So if you're seeing a scenario, I'll tell you guys, in a real life scenario, this used to drive me nuts before I knew this. I would be negotiating an offer with another agent, on behalf of my client, and the agent and I would be going back and forth. And at some point, the other agent would call me and say, our contract is executed. And that used to drive me nuts. I'm like, no, it's not. We still got 6 more weeks before close. Now I understand what they were saying. What they were telling me was that it has been signed. See the importance of education and not acting a fool? So now that executed contract is executed because it's signed. It's going to become executory while it's our contract to closing process. And then when that new deed gets recorded, the buyer's new deed, it's executed again, and that it is fully performed. Questions or comments on that? I do like to go off book some, so I am going to go off book while we're talking about words and making sure we understand. I'm going to go off the textbook because also in this class, we're going to talk about addenda and amendments. So I think it's important that we understand these words and that we know the difference. When you see the word addenda, I want you to see the word add. An addenda adds to and becomes part of the offer to purchase and contract. It's a provision that isn't in the contract, but we're going to add it to it. We're going to look at quite a few addenda or addendum in this form. So an addenda adds, an amendment changes. With an amendment, we've already agreed. We've already signed the documents. We are officially under contract. But for whatever reason, we decide to enter into round 2 of negotiations. And upon agreement, we've agreed to change a previously agreed upon term. So an addenda adds, an amendment changes. So let's talk about the validity of contracts. When we talk about the validity of contracts, we're talking about how does the judge rule the contract? What the judge is looking for, if you were to take a contract to a judge, the judge is looking for a valid contract. Valid contract has all the essential elements. We're getting ready to talk about those essential elements. It's binding by both parties. There's not a legal out for either party. And it's fully enforceable in a court of law. You take a valid contract to a judge and try to get out of it, the judge is going to look it over and they're going to say, well, it has all the essential elements. It has everything we need. If you get out, you're in breach because the contract is valid. A valid contract can become voidable. A valid contract can become voidable. The contract itself is perfectly valid. It has all the essential elements and it's enforceable in a court of law. But it can become voidable because one of the parties can go to the judge and say, I don't have to carry through with the terms of this contract. Please understand, with a voidable contract, it's not a problem with the contract. It's a problem with one of the parties. And only the judge can make it voidable. You and I cannot. Anybody an attorney? Do I have an attorney? Good. I always ask because I say stuff like we are not attorneys. So I want to make sure I'm speaking on behalf of all of us. So we cannot make a contract voidable. That is the judge's job. We'll look at some examples. We'll talk about some examples in just a minute. It's important that we understand that only the judge can make it voidable. Because if nobody ever takes this contract to the judge, it can still be completed voluntarily. So a contract that could become voidable could still go to closing. How do you make it voidable? You take it to the judge. Who are the people that can take it to the judge? Well, a minor. A minor can enter into a legally binding contract, but a minor can't be forced to fulfill the terms of the contract. What if somebody entered into the contract when they were under the influence, they were intoxicated, or they were on legal or illegal drugs at the time that they entered into the contract? If they take that to the judge and they can prove they were not of their right mind, the judge may make it voidable. And if the judge determines that there's no mutual consent, I'm going to talk more about mutual consent in just a minute. And we're going to look at some more examples of a voidable contract. A valid contract can become voidable if done so by a judge. So what if a contract is missing one of the essential elements? What if it doesn't have one of the required ingredients? That contract is void. A void contract is missing an essential element. We're getting ready to talk about those essential elements. A void contract has no legal force. It will not stand up on its own in a court of law. But, and here's that tricky thing again, if neither party take it to the judge, it could still be completed voluntarily. So who makes it void? Is it me or you? That's right, it's the judge. The judge, because one party went and said, I don't have to carry it. And the judge looks at it and says, well, my goodness, this is not a complete contract because it's missing something. With a void contract, in a sense, you never had a contract to begin with. Some examples of a void contract. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. Doesn't that just make sense? You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. Forgery could make the contract void. Discriminatory practices could make the contract void. Or if either party has been declared mentally incompetent by a court of law. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a second as well. So we'll see voidable and void in just a bit. By the way, I know most of you are just meeting me. I feel the need to say this. I have a bad habit. I know I do. When I say we'll talk about it in just a minute, that could be within the next 5 minutes. It could be 2 weeks from now, right? So when I say just a minute, we're getting there. help you define Julie early on. Questions on valid or valid, voidable, or void? Okay. So with the valid contract, we mentioned these essential elements, and there's certain things that are required in order for a judge to declare if the contract's valid. We're specifically going to talk about 5 essential elements, and we're going to break these down, have conversations about each. When it comes to essential elements of a valid contract, I always think of cake ingredients. Have you guys ever baked a cake? In there, even if you get a Betty Crocker box, right, there's still certain ingredients that you have to have. You have to have flour, you have to have oil, you have to have an egg, you have to have water. What happens if you're missing one of those ingredients? If you're missing anything, do you have cake? No. And same thing with the essential elements, the essential ingredients of a valid contract. When we take a contract to a judge to test its validity, these are the required ingredients that the judge is looking for. So let's talk first about mutual assent. Mutual assent is our meeting of the minds. When you think of mutual assent, it's 2 pieces. We have to have offer, and we eventually have to have acceptance. 2 parties have to agree to enter into a contract together. An offer is made, it's considered, and it's eventually accepted. The 2 have mutually agreed to enter into the contract together. The person making the offer is known as the offeror, or the giver of the offer, the creator of the offer. The person receiving the offer and hopefully eventually accepting the offer is the offeree, the receivee of the offer. 9.8 times out of 10, the buyer is the one making the first offer to the seller. The buyer makes the offer to the seller. But I want you guys to understand that the seller can make the first offer to the buyer. The seller could be the offeror. I don't want you guys to get it stuck in your head that the buyer's the offeror and the seller's the offeree. Because there are cases where the sellers can make an offer to sell. But the majority of the time, when the first offer is made, it is made by the buyer. So let's talk through a scenario. Let's say you have a wall or a line, and you have the buyer on one side of that wall or that line, and you have the seller on the other side of that line. If the buyer's making the offer to the seller, the buyer's the offeror, the seller's the offeree. The offeree, when they receive an offer, always has 3 choices. The offeree always has 3 choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. Anytime anybody receives an offer, they always have 3 choices: accept it, reject it, or counter it. If they accept it, They're agreeing to all the terms exactly how they are. Exactly, everything. If they reject it, it's dead on the table. It's a flat out no. If they counter it, a counter offer is a rejection with a but. First off, it's important that we understand a counter offer is a rejection. But with a counter offer, I'm rejecting your offer, and instead, I'm going to make you an offer of myself, an offer of my own. And with a counter offer, the roles reverse. The offeree becomes the offeror. The offeror becomes the offeree. So a counter offer might look something like, I'm good with all the terms, but the purchase price and the closing date. Now in our scenario, the seller has accepted some of the terms, but not all of them. And by putting that but in there, by putting that counter offer in there, the seller is now making an offer to the buyer. And the buyer in this scenario would have three choices. The buyer can accept it, reject it, or counter it. We can counter. There's no number of times that we can counter. We can counter until the last offeree accepts it or rejects it. We're going to talk a little bit more about this. It's just kind of the big picture, the introduction. But when you're negotiating, consider this. The seller starts up here somewhere, right? And the buyer comes in, I know not in this market, but the buyer comes in down here. So the seller's up here, the buyer's down here. And hopefully each counter gets us a little closer together and a little closer together, right? Until eventually we're like, oh, right here, we're so close. And what's going to end that countering is either the last offeree accepts it or the last offeree rejects it. But every time you have a counter offer, those roles reverse. We'll talk more about this. We're going to talk about there's this magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. We'll talk about that in just a bit. We'll also talk about what happens when the real estate agents get involved, when you and I get involved in the transaction. But for right now, we're just understanding our offer and acceptance, our meeting of the minds. The two parties came together and agreed to enter into a contract together. Do I have any questions so far? So with mutual assent, with our meeting of the minds, an offer is a promise by the offeror to the offeree. I promise that I will do this in exchange for something of value. Now we'll talk about consideration in just a second. Probably one of the bigger problem topics in this discussion is the thing of value. It can be anything of value. Typically, especially in the sales contract, it's money, right? The purchase price. But understand that a promise in exchange for something of value could be something like for love and affection. It could be for free rent. Whatever do you consider valuable? Again, we'll talk about consideration. There are no free promises. That's what we're trying to get through. If I promise to give you X amount in exchange, I want your house, right? And that's what we're agreeing to. I give you X amount in exchange, you give me your deed. An offer is definite and certain in its terms. It is clear. We're going to talk about how we can make sure we have clear offers, how the judge is going to interpret our contracts. Offers may have a contingency. When we get into our offer to purchase and contract, we're going to do a very thorough review of standard Form 2T in this class. And by thorough, I'm talking like word for word through that thing. So we're going to do that. Something we have to look forward to next week. And we're going to learn, I have no contingencies in standard Form 2T in our offer to purchase and contract. Can the parties agree to add a contingency? Sure, sure. Parties can agree to do whatever they want to, right? As long as it's legal, the parties can agree to do whatever they want to. So examples of a contingency, one contingency might be, I can't buy your house if I don't first sell mine. So if I don't sell my house, then I'm not buying yours. That's a contingency. Amber, another contingency. I can't buy your house if I don't get loan approval. So if we agree to that contingency, if we add that, again, we have no built-in contingencies in our contract at the moment. We'll see that next week when we look at that. But that doesn't mean the parties can't agree to add one. We're not seeing contingencies in this market. But I promise you guys, whatever you've heard about this market, I do know one thing for sure. This market is temporary because real estate is a fluctuating market. So as crazy as it is out there right now for buyers, and I don't know how long it's going to stay like this. I don't have a crystal ball, but what I do know is it's temporary. And we're going to get to whatever more normal is, whatever that means. And we're going to start seeing things like due diligence fees not being $50,000. And we're going to see things like contingencies possibly coming back in. So it's important that we understand. It's also important that we understand that our listing agreements with the seller and our MLS advertisements are not offers. They're simply advertisements. The seller saying, bring me an offer. The seller is not making an offer to the buyer in that case. If and when the offeree accepts, the offeree is bound to the terms. With acceptance, there are no changes to the offer or the counter offer, whatever it may be. I don't care how small and insignificant that change may seem. Any change is not acceptance. What if I make an offer, my buyer makes an offer to your seller, and they want to close on, let's see, it's March. They want to close on April 17th. And your buyer or your seller says, gosh, April 17th isn't going to work. Can we not close on the 16th? Well, it's only one day. In the big scheme of life, is one day a big difference? No, it doesn't make a difference. But is it a change? Is April 16th different than April 17th? So yeah, my point is it doesn't matter how small the change may seem. In acceptance, you're agreeing to all the terms exactly as they are. I want you guys to get in a good habit from the very beginning. When you're negotiating an offer and you're communicating with the other agent, and the other agent calls you and says, my guys have accepted your offer. My guys have accepted your guys' offer. Your knee-jerk reaction needs to be to say, has it been signed? I need you to get in this habit early, because who can tell me if you have verbal acceptance, what do you have? You guys get absolutely nothing. If you have verbal acceptance, you have absolutely nothing. So when that other agent calls you and says, hey, Julie, guess what? My guys have accepted, but has it been signed? I need that to be your knee-jerk reaction. Don't think about it, just because if you have verbal, you have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Acceptance has to be in writing. We're going to talk about communicating acceptance. We'll talk about that in just a bit. As we said, counter offers. A counter offer is a rejection. So with a counter offer, the original offer has been rejected and a new offer has been made. Those roles reverse. The offeror becomes the offeree. The offeree becomes the offeror. With a counter offer, there is no going back. Once you countered it, you've rejected it. You can't go back and say, oh, you know what? Never mind. That's good. No, no. Once you've countered it, it's a rejection with a but. So once you've countered it, there is no going back. Could you present a brand new offer with those exact same terms? Yeah, absolutely. So let's say, for example, you're negotiating, you're in the throes of negotiations tonight, and your seller said, you know what, it's 6:15, I'm tired, I don't feel like doing this anymore, I reject it, I'm done, I reject it. You say, oh, are you sure? And they say, yep, done, I'm not doing this anymore. And you say, all right, have a good night. So you call the buyer's agent and you say, yeah, we reject it, best of luck to you and your buyer. Your seller sleeps on it and they wake up the next day and go, oh crap, what did I do? And they call you and say, no, 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 just kidding, I take it back. Can they go back? No, they killed it last night, didn't they? But what I could do is present a brand new offer to the buyer with those exact, I could get on the phone with the buyer's agent and say, hey, I'm sending you, everybody good with that? Everybody understand? Once you counter it, you reject it, there is no going back. You can recreate, but you can't go back. They always say in that scenario, it's amazing how things look different in the light of day, isn't it? What you thought was one thing last night, you wake up this morning, it's like, oh, no, 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 no. And that happens, sellers and buyers, that happens. So be prepared for that phone call. So before we get into the next little topic, let's go ahead and take our break. So let's see, I got 6:15. So let's take 10 minutes, just in case the clock flips. Let's come back at 6:26. You guys are welcome to turn your camera off while we go to break. Just make sure you're back in 10 minutes, camera's back on. When we come back, we'll keep talking about our mutual assent, and we're going to get into communicating of an offer. So let's take 10. Actually, Amber, hey, I'm glad you stayed on. Yeah, I just want to make sure you didn't miss. We were just chit-chatting, warming up. So you saw the learn test pass, you saw the email. Yeah, so you got that and you got your name and note. So yeah, I think you're all caught up. So you're good to go.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I don't know why I thought this started at 5:30. I was like, oh
That
my gosh,
seems like
5:15.
I about did the same thing today too. That seems like a more normal
That's not
time.
me. Oh my goodness. And then I'm not sure, did Lane communicate that I'll be coming to this class? But then like I hopped back on in May.
Hop back on in May.
Yes, so I'm like a hybrid. I'm actually doing this is 302. So I'm also doing 301 with Anika.
At the same time?
Yes, no, she's Tuesdays and
Right,
Fridays.
but the same.
Yes, like in the same
Yeah.
like
Okay.
tomorrow.
All right. Gotcha. Okay.
So,
all right.
Yes.
And then what's going on in May?
In May, I have a schedule conflict on May the 3rd, which is when contract starts back up. And whatever that time block was, I wasn't able to meet May the 3rd because I have another presentation due on that same day. And she told me to come to this class tonight, and then she'll count it towards that day that I'll miss in May.
So you're only with us tonight.
Yes, but I am going to see if I can make this work because I think I like it.
Okay. Well, I got you.
I'm going to work around my work schedule and see if I can make this time work.
Okay. Yeah, that's as long as you get it all that time in, because that's the one thing we did say is you can't miss more than 3 hours.
Right.
So as long as and if Lane's working with you, yeah, absolutely. I just make sure you and Lane understand, because I wouldn't want you to get in a situation where you miss time or anything. But yeah, it sounds like you guys are good.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, absolutely.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, you too. I was like, I know that name. All right. And don't forget this Saturday too, this is part of me reminding me, so we get to set those clocks. Was it spring forward? So we're going to lose an hour of sleep this weekend, but it's going to be lighter later. So to me, it's worth losing an hour of sleep so I can have some more daylight. Just my personal opinion there. All right. Let's see where we are. So counter offers, any questions on counter offers? Counter offers or rejection? Okay. So communication, how do we communicate this offer and acceptance? Well, basically we can communicate in any form that the parties agree to. Do the parties want to communicate orally or by snail mail? I'm going to talk about that in a second. Personal delivery, do you actually want to hand somebody their accepted contract? Or what we're seeing most in this day and age is electronic forms. So email, text, e-signatures, e-documents, that kind of thing. So when we look at our offer to purchase and contract next week, we have one page in our contract that is the notice information. And that notice information, we tell the parties, how do I want you to communicate with me? So we let the parties know in writing on paper how we want to communicate, what the acceptable forms of communication are. Let's talk about our mailbox rule. I know we're not mailing much anymore, but we still have a USPS. So we very well, and I think it's important that you guys know not everybody has an email address. So you very well may work with a client that doesn't use email, and you may get to one day use the mailbox rule. The mailbox rule is probably one of the oldest rules we got out there. I mean, this thing originated from back in the day of the Pony Express out west. And the mailbox rule applies when you're communicating acceptance of an offer. And that's really important. The mailbox rule does not apply when you're terminating a contract. It doesn't apply when you're negotiating repair requests. It doesn't apply for anything, only when you're communicating acceptance of an offer. And what the mailbox rule says is once the properly addressed envelope is placed in the federally related mailbox, communication of acceptance has happened. It does not matter that the receiving party may not get it for 3, 5, 7 days. The mailbox rule says when we're communicating acceptance of an offer, it's considered acceptance when it's placed in the federally related mailbox. This is not the mailbox on your front porch. This is either the big blue box or taking it to the post office. I had a situation, I teach pre-licensing and post-licensing. So a lot of my people in my sales firms, they need refreshers on this stuff. They'll call me. And I had an agent in my office call me a couple weeks ago, actually, and they were under contract. I think he would have been the selling. He was working with the seller. And they went under contract. And one thing we're going to learn next week when we look at the contract is that the due diligence is due on the effective date. The buyer's agent put the due diligence fee in the mail. And when he called a couple days later and said, "Where's my seller's due diligence fee?" And the agent said, "Well, I put it in the mailbox." He said, "Why did you do that? That's not what the contract was." She said, "Well, the mailbox rule says once you place it in the mail." Does the mailbox rule apply when you're mailing due diligence fee? No, it only applies when you're communicating acceptance. By the way, the buyers ended up cutting a new check, canceling the old one. That old one has not made it here yet. It is literally lost in the mail somewhere, literally. So it's important that we understand you can't just put something in the mail and say, "I've done." This only applies when we're communicating acceptance of an offer. What happens when you bring the agent in the mix? Well, when you're communicating an offer or acceptance of an offer, terms of an offer, negotiating an offer, terminating an offer, accepting an offer, communicating to us is the same as communicating to our principal directly. So once you tell me we're under contract and I verify that it's been signed, we're under contract. Yeah, it's crossed the line. That's right. And we're going to look again. We're going to talk more about that in just a second. Please understand, I cannot accept an offer on behalf of my client. I don't have that kind of authority. I can't accept it on their behalf. I can't reject it on their behalf, and I can't counter it on their behalf. But when it comes to communication, what you tell me is just as good as communicating directly to my principal. We'll talk about a little scenario again in just a second. So let's walk through a scenario together. Actually, let me rethink what I want to say here. Let's draw our line again and have a conversation. And then we'll look at a scenario. How's that? So now you have the agent standing in place of the buyer, who is the offeror in this case. And then you have another agent standing in place, standing on the same side of their seller. So the buyer makes the offer, the buyer's the offeror. They make the offer to the seller, who's the offeree. What are the seller's three choices? You can walk through it with me. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. The seller has three choices. Let's just say for simplicity that the seller accepts. The seller says, this is the perfect offer. I couldn't dream of anything else. I'm going to accept. And we know that they signed because we verified. When the seller calls their agent and says, hey, I've accepted, I've signed, their agent says, great. And then the listing agent calls the buyer's agent. In order to have acceptance, communication of acceptance has to cross the line. And that's why I like the line. I'm a visual person. Are you guys a visual person? Dang it, I like pictures. So that's why I like to see the line. I like to see this communication. So the seller calls their agent and says, we've accepted. Did any communication cross the line? The seller telling their agent is just like looking at themselves in the mirror, right? They've only communicated to themselves that they've accepted. Now the listing agent calls the buyer's agent, the selling agent, and says, we've accepted. My guys have accepted. Of course, the buyer's agent says, that's nice, but have they signed? Verify that it's been signed. At that point in time, we're under contract. I have acceptance and I have communication of acceptance. As the buyer's agent, what's the very next thing you want to do? Yeah, that's right. Call your buyer and tell them the good news. Not tell your buyer they're still considering. You call your buyer and say, we are under contract. So that's what we mean by communication. Once that communication crosses the line, again, we'll talk more about this in just a bit. But when it comes to communicating acceptance of an offer or negotiating terms or terminating an offer, anything like that, talking to me is just as good as talking to my principal, just as good as talking to my buyer or seller. So now let's walk through a scenario together. Let's see what we got here. A buyer who's represented by an agent has presented an offer to the seller on Monday. On Tuesday, the seller decides to accept. The seller signs, and on Tuesday night, the seller's agent tells the buyer's agent that the seller's accepted the offer. So what do we have? I have acceptance in writing, and then I have communication cross the line, right? The seller's agent tells the buyer, are we under contract? Looks good to me. Congratulations. A contract has been formed at this point. But it's late. The buyer's agent decides to wait until Wednesday morning to tell the buyer. Wednesday morning, yikes, the buyer's agent changes their mind and thinks they're going to revoke the offer. But I think we're all in agreement that it's too late. Acceptance has already happened last night when that communication crossed the line. It's so important that we effectively communicate, not just with each other, but with our clients as well. You may run into a client that says, under no circumstances, never call me past, I don't know, 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. Whatever you do, don't call me past 9. Hey, you're the boss, right? I do what you tell me to do. You're the one that hired me, but you need to understand that things may still happen after 9 o'clock tonight, right? So if they just adamant about that, hey, that's fine. That's fine. But you need to understand that things can still happen. We can still have acceptance. We could go under contract just because, even though you don't want to be communicated with. So how do we terminate an offer? Please note this says offer. We'll talk in just a bit about how you terminate a contract. But how can we terminate an offer? Well, we've already said a counteroffer is a rejection. A rejection is a rejection. Offers can terminate with a lapse of time. The offeror could put a specific time limit on their offer. They could say, here's my offer. It is good until Friday, March 11th at 5 p.m. And if we don't have acceptance by 5 o'clock tomorrow, the offer's been terminated because the buyer put a lapse of time on it, put a specific time on it. The offeror can also revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. Maybe they put a time limit on it, maybe they don't. They could make the offer and 30 seconds later say, no, just kidding, right? The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. And then death or insanity of the offeror, the person making the offer. I think it's really important that we understand, and we'll see this when we get into our contract. Death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once you're under contract, your parties are held to the terms of the contract. And if either buyer or seller pass away, their heirs are expected to carry through with the terms of the contract. And if they can't or won't, then they'll suffer the consequences of breach. So when we look at our contract next week, we're going to see that the parties are bound to the contract once they're under contract. Again, death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. So I want to take just a minute. Let's go off PowerPoint for a second. And one thing I want to do, if you guys haven't already met the Real Estate Commission's website, ncrec.gov, or you just go to Google, North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Remember we said earlier, the Real Estate Commission's main purpose is to protect the public. And in addition to educating me and you, they can also help educate the public. So their website is a wealth of knowledge. Most of it is all access to the public. There's all sorts of good stuff on here. If you're not familiar with the Commission's website, I encourage you to play around. They have resources that we can use to help us educate the public. I'm a big fan of why recreate the wheel. Somebody else created the wheel. Why am I trying to recreate it? So they provide us information and literature to help us communicate with and educate the public. And one thing in particular, we're gonna see this quite a bit over the next couple weeks together. But one thing in particular, I just want to point out, if you guys up here under the publications tab, and then you go under publications again. So I know that's a little redundant, but publications. If you look under publications, there's again, all sorts of good stuff. But one of my favorite, one thing in particular I like a whole lot, are these Q&A brochures that the Real Estate Commission provides us. And we'll look at a couple of these, but you can see there's Q&As on closings, due diligence for buyers, earnest money, we'll talk about that, fair housing, home inspections. And there's also a pretty good one on offer and acceptance. This is a flat PDF. If you're frugal like me, you can grab the PDF, or if you're not so frugal like Sade, you can actually purchase a nice, glossy, pretty looking brochure. The information's the same. I think these are good tools for us to have when discussing, not only to help us learn, but also when discussing with our buyers and sellers. This particular brochure was written pretty much to the buyer, but we can use it to help us explain the process. Guys, back in my administrative days, I did new agent orientation. So I got you guys, like right when you affiliated with your firm, you just got your real estate license and you affiliated with a firm, and you came through me with new agent orientation. And probably the biggest question that I had was, how do I know what to say? When I'm looking at a buyer, when I'm trying to explain this, when I'm trying to explain that to a seller. And I'm a big believer in letting the forms, letting the brochures, letting the stuff help put words in your mouth. Don't read it to them. Nobody likes to be read to, but use this to help put those words in your mouth to help explain this process. So I found a home I'm interested in buying. How do I make an offer? It kind of walks through that process. Typically, you're going to have a broker that'll help you complete the form. Does my offer have to be in writing? Well, to be enforceable, it does, because if you got verbal, you got what? Absolutely nothing. What should be in my offer? So it kind of walks through the required terms. Again, if as long as we're using our standard forms that the Association of Realtors provides us, then we know we have those minimums. We'll talk about that in this class. Does the offer have to include earnest money? Earnest money doesn't make for a valid contract. We're going to talk about earnest money, but earnest money is completely negotiable. It's whatever the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. So if the buyer offers 0 and the seller accepts 0, we've entered into a contract with how much earnest money? 0. So do you have to have earnest money? No, it's an agreement between the parties. How will my offer be communicated to the seller? Well, again, if you have an agent, you don't have to worry about that. How does acceptance occur? So I just want to point this, there's some good stuff in here. I'm a big fan of the Commission's website, and we're going to look at some of these Q&A brochures. Your firms might provide, again, the nice glossy, pretty looking one, but know when you come to the Commission's website, you always have available to get the free PDF download. And something else I want to point out while I'm here, the search bar on the Commission's website is really intuitive. It's really good. Have you guys ever done a search and it gives you a list of everything except for what you search for? Is that not the most aggravating? The Real Estate Commission search bar is, so if you can't find something, that's always a really good place to start. The other thing I want to share with you guys, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen just for 1 second. So I want to show you, one thing I like about this class, you know, real estate is almost always changing. And especially as technology evolves, you know, technology, the law doesn't keep up with technology. Technology, let me rephrase that. Technology can move faster than the law. So as technology is rapidly growing, the law doesn't always keep up. And one thing that just came out a couple months ago, and I'll put this in the chat if you guys want it. You guys, have you started getting the e-bulletin yet? You get the email from the Real Estate Commission on the 1st of the month, and it's got disciplinary action so you can see who you know. But other than that, it also has some good stuff too. And a lot of these articles that they provide are good. And again, I'll put this in the chat so you guys can have it if you want to read it. we're going to see this. We're going to see how we communicate electronically changing, because there was a case, and I don't remember now where it was, and that's not important, but there was a case somewhere in the world that went to court because the broker's emails communication, the broker's text communication was found to bind the clients. So my guess says coming soon to North Carolina, right? We're just one lawsuit away from, we need to be really careful. The gist of this article says we need to be really careful in how we communicate with each other and make sure that we're clear what you say and how you say it. Make sure that we're clear that when we're negotiating an offer, that we just know we're not negotiating. I'm not accepting anything. I'm not accepting anything on my client's behalf. So let me, here, let me see if I can do this. So let me put this in the chat. Again, if you guys want to grab this and save it to look at it later. I just think this stuff is so interesting because these are the kind of things that we're going to start seeing more and more of. And this just came straight from the commission's. You guys see it in your chat? Did it come through? You got it? No? Well, that's fun. Oh, how about now? I think it was still going. Okay. You guys got it, Magdalene and Maria and Sade? You see that? Okay. Okay. So, you know, again, I'm not going to say, you didn't get it, Amber?
Oh, no, I was saying it was the big file, so it's taking a while for it to load up.
I got you. Yep. So, you know, again, I think this is another reason why we pay attention to the e-bulletin that comes out, because it's stuff like this that we need to be aware of, because our industry is always evolving. And one thing that we embrace is technology, and technology is not stagnant. It's going to keep going. And as real estate agents, we got to stay up with it. So again, the gist of this article just says, be careful what you say and how you say it, because you don't want to accidentally bind one of your clients. So that's that.
Julie, is it safe to say that you should get this bulletin when you become active?
You should be getting it already. So you may want to check your spam. When did you get your license? You may want to check your spam if you haven't been getting it. When you look on the commission's website, now that you guys are licensed, you have access to a back door, if you will. So you can licensee login. So you may want to come here, and it's just your license number. Your password starts off as the last 4 digits of your social. So you may want to come in here and make sure that your email address is correct, the one that you're checking. Check your spam, you know, because you might wind up in spam. But Magdalene, if I may show you too, if you happen to miss an e-bulletin, they put past ones on the home page as well.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You could go back and get yourself. This is the November one. That's where that article was that we just saw. But yeah, you should be. And boy, when I say they come out on the first of the month, they come out, and it might even be like 11:59 on the last day. I mean, they are spot on the first of the month. So I'm trying to think. Yeah, March. So if you check your spam, check your licensee login, and if it's still not working for you, then I would contact the commission. They got just a general number here. I would just contact the commission and say, hey, I'm newly licensed and I'm not getting the e-bulletin. You know,
Okay.
they'd be impressed that you really, because there is good stuff in there.
I may have overlooked it, but I'll take a look for it. Thank you so much.
Yep, of course. And of course, I mean, the disciplinary actions I think are important because this is a laundry list of things for us not to do. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of see it going through trends. Like here lately in the disciplinary actions, what I'm seeing a lot of is material facts not handled properly. I'm seeing residential property disclosure not being done properly, handled properly. So these are like common themes. Trust accounts always going to pop up. Okay. So we're on our essential elements, still talking about our essential. We spend a lot of time on mutual assent. Any questions on mutual assent, meeting of the minds? Again, also known as offer and acceptance. One of those other terms, things that can have several different terms in real estate. So our mutual assent is one of our essential elements, one of our required cake ingredients. Another, husband's hammering something. God, what is he hammering? Makes me nervous. Another essential element of a valid contract is consideration. And of all the essential elements, this one tends to be the problem topic. With consideration, what we're saying with consideration is there are no free promises. Remember, our contract is a bilateral contract. Bilateral says how many sides have to perform? Two. Two sides have to perform. So it's a bargain in exchange for a promise. I promise to give you you my deed. In exchange, you're going to give me X amount. You're going to give me the purchase price. It's something that we bargained in exchange for that promise. And I think the tricky thing about consideration is we always tend to go to money. We want purchase price. We want compensation. But the thing about consideration is just anything of value. What's something you consider valuable? Love and affection. I'd like to think if my parents were giving me their house, just giving me their house, they wouldn't charge me too much for it. In exchange for their house, I don't know why they would, but in exchange for their house, they might give, for love and affection. Like we said, free rent is consideration, dinner, 5 goats, whatever you consider valuable is the consideration, something of value. The third essential element is legal capacity. The parties have to be of the right age and mind to complete the contract. They can enter into a contract, but they can't be forced to fulfill the terms of the contract. So for example, somebody that's under the age of 18, sure. Somebody under the age of 18, somebody that's been declared mentally incompetent in fact, but not legally declared mentally incompetent, or somebody that's intoxicated or under the influence of legal or illegal medications at the time they enter into the contract. These are the parties that may be able to make the contract voidable. Again, how do they make it voidable? They go to the judge and they say, I am 17 and a half years old. And the judge says, you're right. I can't make you fulfill the terms of this contract because you're a minor, because you're not 18. Or if you could say, I was intoxicated when I went into this contract, the judge may make you prove it. That may be hard to prove, but if you can prove that you were intoxicated, if you can prove that you don't have legal capacity, you may be able to make the contract voidable. Now, I want you guys to please note, we're getting ready to look at the next slide, but I want you to please note, you see the second bulletin, mentally incompetent in fact, but not legally declared. So you can be declared mentally incompetent by the court of law, by the medical profession, in fact, but not by the court of law yet. So the medical profession has declared you mentally incompetent, but not legally declared is voidable. declared mentally incompetent by the court of law makes it void. So the difference in mental incompetency is whether or not the judge has weighed in yet or not. Everybody with me? So declared mentally incompetent by the medical profession is one thing. If the medical profession has said this person is mentally incompetent, that's going to make it, could make it voidable. Take it a step further and the judge declares mental incompetence, that could make it void. Again, the difference is whether or not the judge has weighed in on it or not. Questions on that? Everybody see that difference? It's fine if you're not paying attention, right? So legal capacity, again, we're going to talk more about voidable and void in just a second. Legal capacity is our third essential element, our third required ingredient of a valid contract. Our fourth one is a lawful objective. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. Forgery is an illegal contract. Discrimination, any discriminatory practice is going to have an illegal contract. And then the fifth essential element, the fifth required ingredient of a valid contract is that it's got to be in writing. And the reason it has to be in writing is our old friend, statute of frauds. Statute of frauds requires all contracts for the sale or conveyance of real property to be in writing and signed. Why? So that it is enforceable. I think sometimes what students like to do is write statute of frauds has to be in writing and signed. And you stop writing right there. But it's important that we understand why it has to be in writing and signed. Finish that sentence. Why? To be enforceable. Again, we're going to get a little bit more into statute of frauds in just a minute. Keep bumping that mouse. I apologize. So let's talk a little bit more about our necessity of mutual consent. Again, we have to have this meeting of the minds. If I don't have a meeting of the minds, if I don't have a true mutual assent, then we don't have a contract. So we have to have two parties come together and agree to enter into a contract together. And there's several things that could affect our necessity of mutual consent. And the first thing that could affect that could be mistake of fact. A mistake of fact is just some kind of error, some kind of, maybe it's a, I don't know, a wrong address, maybe it's a wrong name. Mistake of fact involves a material term. It's mutual. Both parties made the mistake. It's not fraud. We're going to talk about fraud in just a minute. If the judge rules that mistake of fact has happened, occurred, keep bumping that. I'm so sorry. I'll do better. If the judge rules that a mistake of fact has happened, that may make the contract voidable. Voidable on the party that made the mistake.
Julie, can I ask something?
Please.
What would be interpreted as a mistake of fact? Can you give us an example?
So maybe a wrong address. Maybe the address is incorrect, or maybe one of the parties' names is wrong.
Okay. Okay. So it could be a very simple.
It could just be, it's not fraud, right? It was just, we're humans and we make mistakes. It depends on what kind of mistake we're talking about. So hear me when I say the judge could make it voidable, right? Just because there's a mistake doesn't mean it's a now, right? But it depends on, again, the material term, again, I think a wrong address would be a good example. You know, if you want to buy 123 Main Street and I put in 132 Main Street or something, you know, the house down the street. So it could just be very simple. There's also something called mistake of law. Mistake of law is not going to be an out. Have you guys, what's the saying? Something along the lines of, it's presumed that we know the law. If we don't know the law, we have access to it. So I didn't know isn't an out. The judge may look at this and say, yeah, but even though you didn't know the law, you had access. You could have hired an attorney. You could have found out. Mistake of law is usually not going to be an out for a party. There's a fascinating story in your book. If you have your books yet, if you will turn with me, page 304. And 304 talks about the case of Willis versus Willis. And Willis was a widow, and she signed her last will and testament. And after she signed her last will and testament, she later signed a warranty deed conveying her property to one of her two sons. Unfortunately, the son that received the property died. And she came back and said, no, let me give it to my other son. Let me leave it to my other son. But it's too late. The property had already been conveyed to the son that passed away. So who got the property? His wife, the daughter-in-law. And even though she said, no, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I wanted it to go to either one of my sons. The court said, yes, but it was too late when you conveyed the property. That mistake of law wasn't an out. It should have been explained to her better that when she conveyed the property, that was the done deal. Her will no longer applied because she already conveyed. So mistake of law is usually not an excuse. Ignorance of the law, that's what I'm trying to think of. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Have you guys ever heard that before? Ignorance of the law is no excuse because we have access to the law. And yes, does the law cost money? Of course it does. But there is no ignorance of law is no excuse. Another necessity of mutual consent is fraud. Fraud is a lie, you know it's a lie. The difference in fraud and misrepresentation is intent. I may make a misrepresentation and not know. I may genuinely think that what I'm telling you is the truth, like hook me up to a lie detector test kind of thing. Fraud, I'm lying and I know darn well I'm lying. The difference in fraud and misrepresentation is intent. And when the judge is trying to determine if it's fraud, the judge is always going to look at these four elements. They're going to ask if false misrepresentation or a material fact, omission of a material fact was made with knowledge that you knew it was false. It's a lie and you knew it was a lie. And the reason you lied was the intention that it be acted on by the other party. And the other party fell for it and acted on it. So when the judge is trying to determine fraud, the judge is going to look for all four of these ingredients. And if the party that was lied to can prove fraud, they may be able to make the contract voidable. So all four elements the judge is looking for, if they can prove all four, the judge very well may call it fraud. And again, don't confuse fraud with innocent misrepresentation. Yes, it's still a lie. It is still a lie, but you didn't know it was a lie. You thought what you were saying was the truth. Innocent misrepresentation, the judge may make it voidable. May. I'm not a judge. I can't tell you if they will or not. But either way, a party was lied to. Was it done on purpose or not? That's up for the judge to decide. We need to also be careful along with our sellers. What am I doing? I've never had mouse problems like this before. We need to be careful, and our sellers do as well, that we don't engage in unfair, deceptive trade practices. Be careful when you're advertising. Be careful that you're not offering a misleading opinion. Puffing, you guys remember puffing? Puffing is allowed. It's an over-exaggerated opinion. Be oh so very careful that your puffing doesn't cross the fine line to misrepresentation. You can say, this is the best house on the block. That's puffing. That's your opinion. What you don't want to say is this is the only house on the block, unless it is the only house on the block. Unfair, deceptive trade practices could also be failure to disclose a material fact. Are we all good with the fact that we always have a duty to disclose material facts? I don't care who you are. I don't care what role you're playing. Are you a listing agent? Are you a buyer's agent, seller sub-agent, dual agent, designated dual agent? It doesn't matter. Are you talking to a client or a customer? Doesn't matter. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. Sellers are not under that same obligation. Sellers are protected under caveat emptor. Caveat emptor says what? Buyer beware. Sellers are protected under caveat emptor. They don't have to disclose, but they can't lie. Unfair, deceptive trade practices doesn't usually apply to the for sale by owner, the person that sells a house every once in a while. Now, the investor that sells houses for a living, deceptive trade practices is going to apply to them. And it does apply to us as brokers. We can't engage in unfair, deceptive trade practices. I don't know. It's got to be something about doing a night class. I never bump my mouse like this. I need to try to tackle it differently. I don't know. Strange. When we also talk about mutual consent, if a party enters into a contract under duress, they entered into the contract out of fear. They were afraid that they would be harmed or their family would be harmed. If that person can prove that they entered into the contract under duress, the judge may make that contract voidable. But they have to prove violence or the threat of violence to them or their family. You can't force somebody to do something against their will, specifically enter into a contract. Similar to duress, but a little different, is undue influence. Undue influence is more the emotional part of it, the mental part of it. You can't take advantage of a situation. I think one of the more common examples of undue influence that we see is when the family hires a caretaker to take care of their elderly parent, and the caretaker takes advantage of the situation and maybe forces the elderly parent to sell them their house. The family finds out about it. They take that caretaker to court. The judge determines undue influence. They may make the contract voidable. Again, undue influence is more of the emotional part, the mental. Another example of undue influence might be something like, Mom, if you don't sell your house, I'm not coming home for Christmas this year. Mom would feel, assuming Mom wanted you to come home for Christmas. I mean, let's just go ahead and put that out there, right? But assuming that Mom wanted you, Mom may feel forced to sell her house to keep you happy. Mom might be able to claim undue influence. So most of what we saw with our necessity of mutual consent, undue influence, duress, mistake of fact, fraud, misrepresentation, most of those would be other examples of when the judge may make a contract voidable. And remember, yeah, my mom would be like, all right, I guess I'll see you when I see you. Mistake of law, again, ignorance is no excuse of the law. So the judge would be like, sorry, I'm sorry you didn't know the law, but you have access to it. These others will make it voidable. And you guys remind me, you can show me on your hand, how many parties have the right to make it voidable? How many parties? Yep, just one. So if a contract's voidable, it's because one party, it was the party that was lied to, or it was the party that's the minor, or it's the party that was drunk, or it was the party that felt threatened. That is the party that can take the contract to the judge and say, because of fill in the blank, I shouldn't have to carry through with the terms of the contract. That's the key to voidable. Only one party has the right to take that to the judge and try to make it voidable. What questions do I have about that? So let's talk a little bit more about statute of frauds. I'm gonna change my batteries on break too. As we said earlier, statute of frauds, the whole point of statute of frauds is try to prevent perjury, forgery, dishonest conduct. And how do they do that? They require certain documents to be in writing and signed so that they are enforceable. An oral agreement is unenforceable. If you take an oral agreement to a judge, you go to a judge and you say, well, he said this and she said that, and then we shook hands on it. And the judge is going to say, where's your contract? So we don't have it. The judge is going to say, get out. It's not enforceable. How do you make it enforceable? You put it in writing, you sign it. And the statute of frauds specifically says, for our purposes, all contracts to sell or convey land, and that includes leases for more than 3 years. Statute of frauds only requires leases for more than 3 years to be in writing. Now, let's be honest with each other. Is it just good practice to get all leases in writing? Even if you have an Airbnb for a day, isn't it good practice to get that in writing? Absolutely. Your test isn't going to ask you what you're going to do, though. Your test is going to ask you specifically about the statute of frauds. And what's the statute of frauds say? Only leases more than 3 years. So there's in practice, and then there's or practical, I guess I could say, and then the statute of frauds. And the statute of frauds says failure to put these contracts to sell or convey land in writing may or will make the contract void. And you don't need to know the general statute, NC general, you don't need to know that. I just put it there so you know I'm official. Not making stuff up as I go, for the most part. Sometimes I do. When trying to determine if a document complies with statute of frauds, again, the judge is looking for these 4 elements. They want the name of the parties to the contract, the subject matter, the material terms and conditions, and then the signature of the party to be charged. There's another really interesting example in your book. It starts on the bottom of page 307. And the bottom of page 307, the seller gave the buyer an option to purchase land. The buyer paid for the option by a check in the amount of $500. The check was endorsed and cashed by the seller. The front of the check, they wrote for option on the rest of this tract of land. Some weeks later, the seller refused to convey, saying that the contract didn't comply with the statute of frauds. The Court of Appeals found that the minimum requirements of the statute of frauds was found on the check. Now, the next paragraph goes on to say that we shouldn't make this a habit. This is not encouraging us to make the check be a legally enforceable document. But it's just an example that goes to show if these 4 elements are there, the judge may say, well, this check contains the missing information. The check has what we need. Thus, it met the criteria of the statute of frauds. The statute of frauds also says whenever we modify a contract, maybe we're negotiating on paper. Maybe once we're under contract, we enter into round 2 of negotiations. Statute of frauds says contract modifications also must be in writing so that they're enforceable. Questions on the statute of frauds? I'm going to change my batteries. Okay. So it's break time. So let's take 10. I got 7:19 now. So we'll come back at 7:30. Take 10, we come back and we keep going. We're going to talk about some electronic communication. So 7:30. All right. I changed batteries in my mouse, so we'll see if that, that didn't fix my problem. Questions on the statute of frauds? So let's switch gears just a bit and talk about electronic transactions, electronic signatures. And there's some, again, technology moves faster than the law. So the technology came out and then they said, whoa, 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 we got to write some laws on this and how this works for real estate. To be in this class, you guys had to sign a contract from Lane. You had to sign an agreement from Lane, and she sent it to you through a program called .loop. And when you got the contract, you adopted your signature. You probably saw something that looked very similar to this. And before you adopted and signed, you clicked on terms of use and you carefully read that terms of use to know the agreement between you and .loop. Yes? Come on. Maybe you did, maybe you glanced at it, maybe you read it. If you're like me, I probably said, yeah, whatever, I agree to everything that you have to say. I adopted and signed and I moved on. The truth is we click on this all the time online, and we don't always know that we're agreeing to, not just specifically to adopting your signature in .loop, but to everything online. Do you agree to our terms and conditions? And we say, yep, sure do. But do we really know what we're agreeing to? Unfortunately, we probably don't. Again, I'm the worst one, and I'm telling you, and I'm being recorded when I say it and everything. I know I don't. When it comes to our electronic signatures, electronic transactions, I should say, there's some important information in that terms of use. And one thing that we could have found in that terms of use is that we're agreeing that our e-signatures are our legally binding signatures. So when you adopt and sign, you're agreeing. I tell you guys, this, if I were to sign by hand, my signature looks nothing like this. But because I adopted and signed, because I agreed to it, I'm allowing .loop and Lane to use my electronic signature to count for my legally binding signature. So these are the kind of rules that come in place from something we have called the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. And specifically, we have a state level called the North Carolina Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. And this is the act that applies to our electronic records and signatures. So the rules finally caught up. The rules are here now, or the laws, I should say, are here now, that allow us to use e-signatures and e-documents in real estate transactions. I told you guys when we first met, I just celebrated 20 years in this industry. When I first started, e-signatures, e-documents weren't a thing. So if you think about it, this stuff isn't that old. I think e-signatures might have been around longer than that, but it took real estate time to get caught up. It took real estate time. I will never forget, it was probably 2003, 2004, somewhere in there. And the first e-signatures transaction that we had in our office, it was a gentleman, he had a listing agent and he had a seller, and they were doing an agency agreement extension, renewal and extension. And the sellers, we were located in High Point and the sellers were in Yadkinville. How long would it take him to take that piece of paper, drive it to Yadkinville for one signature to turn around and drive back to High Point? What would that be, an hour and a half round trip, give or take? And we all stood there and hovered around his computer and watched him hit send. And 5 minutes later, less than that, it came back signed. It was the most amazing experience that we had ever, this is how it started. We were all like, whoa. Now we don't even think about it, right? It's just part of what we do every day. But when it was first released, obviously it was a big deal. But understand, it couldn't be released until it had the laws in place, until it had the rules, and we knew it was acceptable in real estate. So again, what the UETA and the NCUETA says that signatures are legal so long as you agree to use electronic means. How do you disclose those electronic means? In the example of like dot loop, that's in the terms of use. When we look at our offer to purchase and contract next week, we're going to see there's a provision in there as well that we can use electronic signatures. Once the parties agree to use electronic signatures, their e-signatures are binding. The UETA says that an electronic signature could be a sound, a symbol, or a process adopted by the person with the intent for them to sign. Process, I hate these things. A process, they give you like 9 pictures and they say identify all the ones that have traffic lights on them. Or do y'all oh, I hate this because there's always one that's like right on the brink and I'm like, oh, is it there or not? You know, what they're trying to ultimately prove is that I'm a real person, that I'm not a robot. A robot wouldn't be able to identify a traffic light on a picture. Sometimes a human can't either. But that's what a process is trying to make sure that distinction, that there's a real person sitting there. The general statute, again, you don't need to know this number, just know it's legit. The general statute says that there has to be a clear and conspicuous statement given to the consumer before they sign. So again, when dot loop, that's what you guys saw. You join firms, they're going to have some sort of electronic program. It could be dot loop, it could be DocuSign, SkySlope is another one. But they make sure that consumers are aware of their electronic information before they agree. Do the parties have to agree to e-signatures? No. Remember what I said earlier? Not everybody has an email, you guys. If they don't have an email address, they can't use e-signatures, right? That's part of their identification. Very similar to the UETA and the NCUETA is eSign. eSign handles electronic commerce over state lines. So if you're working with a buyer or seller that's in a different state, they're going to have protection, e-signature protection under the eSign, not the NCUETA. So there are federal laws out there to make sure that electronic signatures, again, the big thing for us to know, once they agree to use electronic signatures, they're agreeing that that e-signature is their binding signature. And when it comes to communication, remember a few minutes ago, we talked about communicating acceptance, communicating an offer, negotiating an offer. When it comes to communication, what those rules say with e-documents, communication has been accepted when the communication hits the recipient's inbox. Not when I send it and not when you open it, but when it hits your inbox. That's when communication, when you're communicating acceptance of an offer via electronic means, it's considered accepted once it hits your inbox. So a little bit ago, we talked about how offers can be terminated. So let's talk now about how contracts can end. The important thing I want you guys to get from this slide, the parties agree to enter into the contract together. The parties can agree to get out of the contract together. Didn't they have offer and acceptance to be legally bound to each other? They could also agree to not be legally bound to each other. An agreement of the parties may come in different forms. It can take some different forms. The end result is the same. The parties agree to discharge the contract. The parties agree to get out of the contract. They could release each other from it. They could just say, all right, we're done, and release each other. A novation is a substitution. So maybe they agree to substitute a new contract with an old contract. Maybe that new contract has different parties. They could modify any agreed upon terms. They could have newly agreed upon terms. They'd be released from the old agreement. They could have modification, and have new terms of agreement. Accord and satisfaction. Accord and satisfaction is like a mutually agreed upon compromise. Maybe one party can't perform as they promised. I can't do this, but I can do that. Is that okay? It's a mutually agreed upon compromise. Think of mutual agreement, it's partial performance. I know I told you I would give you a Whirlpool refrigerator, but Whirlpool is sold out. So how about a Samsung refrigerator, right? It's not what we agree to, it's partial performance, mutually agreed upon. And then the old school way of doing things, back in the day when we were on pen and paper, if you wanted to discharge a contract, you'd actually take your red pen out and write cancel across it. I don't know a better way to cancel it than write cancel across it. So they could cancel, write it on the document. Again, the point of this slide, the big picture that I want you guys to understand, the parties agree to get into the contract together. They can agree to get out of the contract together. So that's one way that contracts can end. It's not all doom and gloom though. Sometimes contracts make it to full performance. Hey, sometimes we get to closing. Once we get to closing, we have satisfied the terms of the contract. The contract is discharged because the seller sold and the buyer bought. Contracts can end by breach. If either party doesn't do what they promised to do. Any legally binding contract is going to have the consequences of breach. What if you don't do what you're promising me you're going to do? What are those consequences? We're going to talk about breach a little bit more in just a second. Impossibility to perform may discharge a contract. What if, for example, the buyer promises to buy, but then we find out that the buyer can't get loan approval? If they don't have the money, they don't have the money, right? If they can't get loan approval, then they can't perform. It's impossible for them to perform. Are they going to be in breach? Well, it depends. Are we inside due diligence or are we outside of due diligence? We're going to talk about that when we look at our contract next week. And then operation of law may also discharge a contract. If the judge, for example, takes the property for any reason, maybe the seller, while we're under contract, the seller goes into foreclosure or bankruptcy, and the judge takes the property, it's no longer the seller's to sell. It now belongs to the court, to the state. So again, operation of law may discharge a contract. And as we mentioned earlier, death is not an out. Once you're under contract, death is not an out. So if your buyer or seller passed away when we're under contract, their heirs are expected to honor the terms of the contract. And if they can't or won't, they'll suffer those consequences of breach. Contracts may or may not be assigned. If you're signing a contract, you're relieving your rights and obligations. You're giving those rights and obligations to somebody else. With an assignment, all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the name of one of the parties. Do I have any homeowners on the call? Couple of you. When you bought your home, was your mortgage sold? Was your loan sold? Most of us was. Some lenders keep their loans in-house and service them in-house, but for the most part, they sell the loans. When your lender sells the loan to another lender, all the terms stay the same. Your payment didn't go up, your interest rate didn't go up, your term didn't go up. The only thing that changed was what? The name of the lender. Lender A had it, they sold those exact same terms to lender B. That's an assignment. All the terms stay the same. We have some rules for interpreting contracts. So what I mean by this is if the contract makes it to the judge, how is the judge going to interpret the contract? And one thing that the judge is always going to look for is the parole evidence rule. And what the parole evidence rule says that the final written word in the contract will win every single time. Any previous negotiations mean nothing if they don't make it to the final contract. Hands down, the number one negotiated personal property item is that refrigerator. So let's say the seller, you're the listing agent, and you're going through the home, getting the information you need to list the property. And you get to the kitchen and you ask the seller, are you going to leave the fridge? Because you know a buyer is going to ask you. So just go ahead and ask the seller if they're willing to leave the fridge. Yeah, we're going to leave the fridge. Great. Buyer comes in, they're interested in the property. They walk in the kitchen, they say, does the fridge stay? Buyer's agent calls listing agent, says, what about the fridge? Oh, yeah, the fridge is going to stay. Seller's in agreement. Great. Offers presented. An email, we say, and I'm getting the fridge, right? Question mark, question mark. Yes, you're getting the fridge. It was never an issue. It was always an understanding that the fridge is going to stay. However, the fridge never makes it to the offer to purchase and contract. Is the seller obligated to leave the fridge? No, not according to the parole evidence rule, because the final written word will prevail. So again, when we look at our contract next week, we're going to talk about the importance of getting personal property items and fixtures into the contract, because if it doesn't make it into the contract, the judge doesn't know that it exists. And that's what the parole evidence rule says. Other things that the judge looks at. The judge is going to interpret the contract as a whole. They're not going to piecemeal it. They're not going to say, well, page 1 is good, but page 2 isn't. The contract is the contract, and any applicable addenda that are attached to it. Ordinary words are going to be interpreted in their ordinary meaning. Guys, us real estate agents, we have our own language. We have our own jargon. By golly, if we can make an acronym out of it, we're going to. Our jargon doesn't belong in the contract for the buyers and the sellers. Buyers and sellers don't speak broker. So we need to make sure when we're preparing these documents for our buyers and sellers that we're using everyday words, not our industry language. We're going to learn in just a bit that the parties can make changes to the contract. The parties to the contract can make changes. We're not going to encourage them to do that, but they can. Anything that they write in there is going to prevail over already existing language. So if they say, no, I don't like this clause, I'm going to cross it out, that's going to win. So before they whip out their red pen and say, well, I'm going to fix this, we need to make sure that just because they can doesn't mean that they should. So just because the parties can add, alter, delete provisions to the contract, they need to understand that those written provisions will prevail. And if the judge finds any ambiguous language, any language that's unclear, or maybe has more than one meaning, the judge will rule in favor of the party that didn't write the ambiguous language. So what if they don't work out? Well, let's talk about some contract remedies. The first category of contract remedies we have are money damages. We have a couple different types of money damages. Compensatory damages, the injured party can prove that they paid this money as a result of the contract. When you see compensatory damages, think receipts and invoices. So let's say, for example, the seller breaches. Can the buyer prove that they paid a due diligence fee? Can the buyer prove that they paid earnest money? What if the buyer's had the home inspection done? What if the buyer has had their appraisal done? Can the buyer prove, do they have documentation that they spent this money on the contract? And now that the seller breached, they can go after the seller for these compensatory damages. The point is to make the injured party whole. We're not trying to go above and beyond for pain and suffering. We're trying to put the injured party back in the financial position that they were in before they got in the contract. That's compensatory damages. If the seller's not willing to sit down and write a check, then the buyer can sue. The buyer can take the seller to court. Consequential damages are also money damages that the injured party can sue for. Consequential damages are costs that maybe could have been foreseen by the breaching party. For example, there's a provision in our contract that we'll see next week that says the buyer's responsible for anybody that they hire in connection to their due diligence process. So if the buyer's home inspector damages the property, the buyer's on the hook. And even if the buyer terminates, the seller could, because the property is still damaged, right? Just because the buyer terminated the contract doesn't mean that the damaged property is fixed. The seller could sue the buyer for consequential damages. And then our other money damage remedy is liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are agreed on at the time that we enter into the contract. So our examples of liquidated damages are the due diligence fee and the earnest money. And if the buyer terminates after due diligence, the seller gets the due diligence and the earnest money, and that is their liquidated damages. We agree to these amounts when we entered into the contract. Another example of liquidated damages, and it might be in a lease, maybe the tenant security deposit. We agree to that security deposit. If the tenant, destroys the home and the landlord can account for it, that security deposit or agreed upon amount when we entered into the lease, when we entered into the contract. Another contract remedy, not a money remedy, is something called specific performance. And with specific performance, the injured party is suing the non-injured party. And if they win, the judge can make the breaching party perform. Where we're going to see this 99.9% of the time, I hate words like always or never. Be very careful about using those. So where we're going to see this 99% of the time is the buyer suing the breaching seller. The seller breaches, the buyer says, dang it, I want this house. They sue for specific performance. And if they win, the judge is going to make the seller sell. The judge is going to make the seller perform the terms of their contracts. The reason I say 99.9% of the time, I've never heard of a situation where the breaching, let me think, where the injured seller can sue the breaching buyer. But again, I careful about we're using words like never, because one, I'm not a judge, so I don't know if there's a situation. It's rarely granted to the sellers. I know that much though. Where we see this is the buyer suing the breaching seller. So in addition to going after them for consequential damages, the buyer could say, you know what, I really want this house. What's it come down to? What are the three most important things about real estate? Location, location, location. So if the buyer really, really wants to live here or this property, they could sue for specific performance. Another contract remedy is to rescind the contract. If you rescind the contract, you take the contract back. If you put down any deposits, you get your money back. Both parties go about their lives as if this never happened. You've rescinded it. I'm going to be mean at 8 o'clock on a Thursday night. You guys will see your chats. You can set your chat to just send me a message, not to everyone, but just send me a message. Everybody see that? Why don't you guys tell me in a private chat? Let's do this. You guys remember how many days a buyer has to rescind their timeshare contract? How many days does the buyer have to rescind their timeshare contract? That's mean, isn't it? We're close. The buyer has 5 days to rescind a timeshare. What's that mean? That means they go under contract to purchase a timeshare and they have 5 days. They have the option to take their contract back, pretend like it didn't exist. If they put down deposits, they'll get those back. All right, let's try this again. How many days does a buyer have to rescind a contract for a new construction condominium? How many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract on a new construction condominium? That's mean. And what we're looking for there is 7 days. So when a buyer enters into a contract, new construction only, this does not apply to resale. I feel the need to stress that. New construction, the first owner only, new construction. So again, what do we do? And that's not on your test. That's just testing your digging way deep here, right? So how many days? Again, the 7 days for a new construction condo, 5 days for a timeshare. What's important about that? The buyer has that right to rescind. They can take their contract back if they put down any 7 for something. they can take their deposit. Like I said, both parties go about their lives as if this never happened. Questions or comments about our contract remedies? Dual state. Yeah, like I said, my hat's off to you. So before we go on, we kind of danced around it, but I just want to make sure that we're really, really clear. Let's look at this line one more time. We're going to see this again in chapter 11, but it's really important that we understand this magic moment in time when an offer becomes a contract. So in our scenario, again, there's an agent working with a buyer. There's a different agent working with the seller, 2 different firms, 2 different agents. Buyer makes an offer to their seller through their agent. What are the seller's 3 choices? They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. Let's just pretend again for simplicity that they accept it. This magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract, I need two things to happen. The first thing that I need to have happen is the last offeree has to accept it. Remember, if you counter, the roles reverse. So let's just say the seller counters. The seller now becomes the offeror, making the offer to the buyer who's the offeree, right? So every time we counter, those roles reverse. Eventually, hopefully, one of those offerees accepts it. And we're all good. If you got verbal acceptance, you got nothing. So the only thing that'll stand up in a court of law is if they actually sign it or e-sign it. That's one step. That's one thing that has to happen. The second step, the second thing that has to happen is that communication of acceptance has to get back to the offeror. The person making the offer has got to know that their offer's been accepted. And it's a two-step process, acceptance and communication of acceptance. That communication has to cross the line. So again, our scenario, buyer through their agent makes an offer to the seller. The seller chooses to counter it. Roles reverse. Seller now makes the offer through their agent to the buyer. The buyer accepts it. We verify that it's been signed. They sign it, they accept it. When the buyer calls their agent and says, I've signed it, did communication cross the line? When the buyer calls their agent, remember, talking to me is just as good as talking to my principal, right? So when my client calls me and says, I've signed it, that means nothing. Then the buyer's agent calls the listing agent and says, we've signed. Now has that communication crossed the line? Now are we under contract? Yes. When you guys take your test in a couple of weeks, you're going to have a scenario, and I'm not kidding, the question's like maybe like that long. And they're going to give you some counters and you're going to have to walk back and forth. I'll also let you have scratch paper. And I highly recommend that you guys walk it out on paper, because you need to see who the last offeree is, and you need to see who the last offeror is that has to receive the communication of acceptance. So I highly suggest that you guys draw it out. Again, if you're like me, you're a visual person, I can see it better than I can read something this long. So take that paragraph and put it in a picture. Draw the line and walk that communication back and forth. The other thing that I want to make sure that we're clear on, we talked about different forms of communication, accepting an offer, different forms of communication. We can communicate in any way that we agree to. I only need communication to cross the line one time to be accepted. So let's say, if you ever get to do a transaction with me, you're going to see that I'm a little obsessive about certain things. And one thing I'm a little obsessive about is making sure you know that our offer has been accepted, making sure that you know that we're under contract. So let's say I'm communicating, I'm trying to get to you that our offer has been under contract, and I send you an email. And then I follow up with a text message. And then, because I'm a little obsessive, I call and leave you a voicemail. Which one put us under contract? The email. So even though I reached out to you in several different ways, which one put us under contract? The first time that communication crossed the line. The text in the voicemail is just Julie being a little obsessive to make sure that you receive my email. Everybody with me? So again, in the paragraph this long, I hate to say they're going to try to trick you, but they're going to try to trick you. So these are things that we have to, it all comes down to the date and time stamp, right? If we have to take this to a judge, the judge is going to look at the forms of communication and see the first time that it crossed the line. Everything else is just a follow-up. So we'll talk about this when we look at our contract next week. chapter 11 addresses this again. What questions do I have on acceptance, offer and acceptance, communication, how we can communicate? Okay. I got to share with you guys. My husband and I are really big baseball fans. I don't know if you guys follow baseball, but the MLB lockdown was lifted today. I think we're going to play ball this year. So I'm like, you know, it is so funny because everybody I know is sending me texts going, yay, you know, it's so funny in the little baseball world, but yeah, I'm so excited. All right, the last little piece of unit 9, or 10, I'm sorry, chapter 10 talks about auction sales. Auction sales, kind of put auction sales in a totally separate category. Auction sales are in a separate bucket from other types of sales. They're a totally different beast. There's different rules when it comes to auction sales. And one of the big differences with auctions is that the auctioneer has the power, has the authority to bind the seller. So when that gavel comes down and the auctioneer says sold, boom, we're under contract. Obviously, the next step is to get it put in writing, so it's official per the statute of frauds. But the auctioneer has the power to bind the seller. And auction sales can either be with reserve or without reserve. If an auction is with reserve, the owner has the right to stop the bidding at any time. So if the seller's not satisfied with how it's going, they can bind this, they can stop the auction. No, I don't like this. We're not doing this. Quit, stop. That's with reserve. Without reserve means the seller gets what they get. They can't stop it. They can't be unsatisfied with it. Has anybody ever been to an auction? No, I want to go so bad. I really do. Just to hang out in the yard and see what it's about. Bless you. The auctioneer is the person that the seller hires. So the auctioneer is the agent of the seller. The auctioneer has to not only have a valid real estate license, but they also have an auctioneer's license. The auction may have a crier. A crier is the person that stands there and does the bidding. So they're the ones that, hey, I got a bid over here for 30. Oh, you give me, oh, you know, they're that person. They sound just like that. Can you really understand what they're saying? That's the crier. They only need an auctioneer's license. They don't need a real estate license. But the person binding the seller, the auctioneer, has to have both. So let's just kind of recap chapter 10. Was chapter 10 a pretty good refresher? There was a lot of, maybe a little bit new, but a lot of that was a good refresher, got us back in contract mode from pre-licensing. I said earlier, this whole class is only 3 chapters and we're done with 1, which means we're spending the rest of our time together on the other 2 chapters. But what I like to do is just kind of test your knowledge. So you guys still have your chat set to private, or just, I guess, to me, your chat set to me. I'd like to hear from each of you. I'm going to put a question up, and I'd like to hear from each of you, A, B, C, or D. Okay. So the question says the essential element of any type of contract includes all the following except. So I'm looking for the one that isn't an essential element of contract formation. And the one that's not is agency disclosure. Agency disclosure is in no way a contract. It in no way creates agency. But we talked about our 5 essential elements. We had offer and acceptance, meeting of the minds, mutual assent. We had legality of the object. We had competent parties, consideration, something of value. And then according to the statute of frauds, says that it has to be in writing. Questions on this one? I think I just messed up. A, B, C, or D? Did I hear from you guys? Let's see. Okay, so the law requiring real estate contracts to be in writing, to be enforceable, as I literally just said, because I was talking too much, is the statute of frauds. So statute of frauds says we have to put it in writing and sign it. Why? So that it's enforceable. Mailbox rule applies to when we're communicating acceptance of an offer only. Statute of limitations we didn't talk about. The statute of limitations, you have a certain amount of time to sue somebody. And once the statute of limitations runs up, you've lost the right to sue. And then the parole evidence rule says that the final written word in the contract will prevail every single time. If it doesn't make it to the contract, it doesn't count. Okay, let's try one more. Isn't this fun? All right, let's see what we think about this one. So contract created under duress is or could be voidable. Remember, under duress, somebody felt physically threatened, violent. Somebody's holding a weapon to you saying, sign this contract. Contracts have to be entered into voluntarily. So if you are forced to enter into a contract, if you can prove it, and that could get tricky, right? Somehow you have to prove to the judge that you felt threatened. You felt, but that one person, not the person that did the threatening, but the person that was threatened could make it voidable for the judge. Okay. So all of the following will terminate an offer except, and the various things that we talked about, and what of these, the one that won't terminate is an offer from, boy, isn't this crazy multiple offer world that we're living in today? Anytime you have multiple offers, the offer's still good until the seller rejects it, right? So an offer from a third party won't. My firm had a listing a couple weeks ago. We were on the market for like a day and a half, something like that. Showings back to back. Agents were calling saying, I can't get in. There's no time slots available. Did you guys see that video down in Raleigh a couple weeks ago where everybody was hanging out in the front yard and the cars were backed up down the street and cul-de-sac and everything? Thing was on the market for a day and a half. We got 45 offers on it. 45 offers. I bet you the seller wished that an offer from somebody, you know, after offer number 42, can't that terminate all the other offers? But no, an offer from a third party is not going to terminate offer. Questions on this one? Okay, I think I got one more and then we'll take a break. I really want you guys to take a minute and think about this one. I want you to think about it. Hint, draw it out on scratch paper. Take just a second and think about it. Okay, so let's see, a real estate sales contract becomes valid when I need two things to happen, right? So step one is basically A. I need that to happen. But is that the last step? Is that the last thing that happens? It's an important step, but that's not what makes it valid. I am one step closer when it's signed. Everybody with me? But just because it's signed doesn't mean I'm under contract yet. So what's the second step that I need? What's the second thing that I have to have happen? Communication of acceptance has to go to the person making the offer. That's when it's valid. It's signed, and then acceptance, communication of acceptance crosses the line. It goes back to the offeror. Again, the person making the offer has got to know that their offer has been accepted. So yes, A is very important. I'm totally agreeing with you. But just signing it doesn't create a valid contract. Questions on this one? Get your gears turning.
Quick question. I do.
Yes, of course.
And then in order for it to be, what am I trying to say? Give me a second. It was just a valid contract, but in order for the contract to be, I don't want to say executed, but to be under contract, it had to go back, right? The offeror would then have to communicate acceptance back to the offeree?
No, the offeree communicates acceptance to the offeror. So the offeree signs,
Right.
they accept, and then communication of acceptance goes to the offeror, because the offeror is the one that made the party, made the offer.
Made the offer.
So the offeree signs, they accept it, they sign, and then they communicate to the offer, or they let them, hey, Amber, I accepted your offer. And that's it. That's all you
Yes.
need.
Now, are you under contract?
Yep.
Like if we-
Congratulations. Yep.
Okay, there we go.
Yep. That's when we have a valid contract. Yep. Other questions on this? Do you know how swiftly things are moving in this market? I know Sade's out there working with buyers. Amber, are you currently active, or are you inactive?
Active.
Active. And are you working with buyers, sellers at the moment?
Ish.
Okay, so you're getting a feel for it, right? You're dipping your toe in the deep end, and you're getting a feel for what this crazy market is about. I'm telling you guys, the stories you're hearing are true. That's the beautiful thing about this industry. We don't have to make stuff up, because this is actually happening, and things are happening very rapidly right now. But that doesn't change the fact that we need to make sure that we are doing what's in the best interest for our client. And specifically in this case, making sure that we understand when our client's offer has been accepted and that communication of acceptance crosses the line. Questions, comments? Chapter 10. Okay, let's take a break again. So let's see, 8 in 4 hours. Yep, I believe that. We had one that went under contract the other day, like 3 hours, no showings. I was like, what? No, it was an investor. It was a cash investor. He came in like $30,000 over. Buyer didn't even have a chance to get in the door and invest. So, is that your coworker too, Sade? Was it an investor? Probably. Cash is hard to beat right now.
No, I don't think it was an investor,
Okay, so good.
but it was a
good.
cash offer, and they got
Cash.
30,000 over what they were asking for, and they took it.
Somehow you need that money tree in the backyard, don't you? Because that's the buyers that are investor or not, but that's the buyers that are winning. Absolutely. So, all right, 10 minutes and we'll come back and we'll keep going. All right. How you doing, Sade? You hanging in there with me? Good.
Yeah, I'm hanging.
I know it's tough when you work all day. You just get
I
up at normal
actually,
time.
I didn't work today. I've been out basically all week because I was sick.
Oh, that's no fun either. You almost rather be at work.
Yeah, I was just telling my husband I was lonely and just laying around all day. Couldn't do anything.
Oh, that's not fun. I know my
Yeah.
car was in the shop last week, so I was without a car, and it's like you just sit around thinking about all the places that you could go, So I got my car back, I guess yesterday. So I had a break this afternoon. I went for a ride. I was like, I just gotta drive. So I wish it was a little warmer and gas prices weren't so high, but that's okay. I still just was able to get out for a minute. So
That's good.
yeah, I needed some fresh air. So now I need some sunshine. That's my only thing. I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen the sunshine. We're in for a kind of an icky weekend, I think, weather-wise. So that's all right. At the end of each chapter, I just want to point this out. At the end of chapter 10, and sometimes scattered throughout the chapter, but they provide you like on page 317, there's a self-check assessment. So, just a good little kind of quiz to kind of check yourself. There's also some quizzes in Learn Test Pass. So please make sure you get into Learn Test Pass this weekend. Again, the video tutorials in that email from Lane. Once you watch the video tutorial, if you have any problems getting into Learn Test Pass, and you can reach out to Jane. And Jane's email is in the email from Lane. Jane's email is in the email from Lane. So if you have problems accessing Learn Test Pass, just reach out to Jane. Just promise me you'll watch the video first. Don't go to Jane first. That's why she did the video for you guys. So the other two chapters that we cover in this class, chapter 11 is basically our offer to purchase and contract. And then chapter 14 is our closing procedures. And the syllabus wants us to go in order. The syllabus wants us to do chapter 10, chapter 11, and then chapter 14. But I'm a little rebel and I'm going to switch those up. So instead of doing 11 next, we're going to skip ahead and do chapter 14 next. I will come back and get chapter 11, never fear. The reason I want to skip around is because the math is in chapter 14. And the sooner we have to do the math, the sooner we get to the math, the more practice you guys have to get ready for your test. So we're not getting to math today. I'll probably start it on Tuesday. Wednesday will be our big math day next week. But I want to do that because then that gives you about a week to practice it and fine tune it and get it ready for the test, and instead of trying to do it the day before. So if you're wondering why I do what I do, that's why, to give you guys that opportunity. So let's skip 11 for now. We will come back to it. And let's move on to chapter 14, which starts on page 459. And the first thing that we're going to look at when we go to closing is closing preparations and procedures. So in this section, we're going to talk about some pre-closing procedures. We're going to have a good discussion about the buyer's due diligence process. And we're going to talk about the closing methods. So let's talk about closing just in general at first. When I'm working with buyers and sellers, but particularly buyers, I always encourage my clients to think of the closing process as working gears. So let's put the seller and the listing agent on a gear. Let's put the buyer and the buyer's agent on a gear. Let's give an attorney the gear. Let's give the lender a gear, home inspector, surveyor. Who else is involved? Pest inspector. Everybody that's involved in the contract to closing process gets a gear. What happens if any of these gears stop? What happens if one gear stops? the whole thing stops, right? So one of the biggest things that we do as agents are keep these gears going. Buyers agents, especially, because we're trying to get our buyers through due diligence. We're trying to help our buyers determine if they want to buy or not. So it's important that we communicate and that we make sure that all these gears are always in motion, are always moving. So when we talk about closing it, there really is a difference in settlement and closing. And each and every single one of us in this industry, and you will too, say this wrong. Settlement is what we actually attend with our clients. When you go with your buyers and sellers, and we're going to talk about going to settlement, when you go with your buyers and sellers so they can sign the documents, the closing documents at the attorney's office, what we call closing is actually settlement. And we all do it, and you will too. We look at our buyers and sellers, hey, we got closing, we're going to go to closing, we're going to meet at the attorney's office for closing. And in actuality, what we're attending with them is settlement. The truth is, I've never been to closing. I have never attended closing. Closing is the legal process that the attorney does once we all leave, once settlement happens. So we'll define this when we look at our contract. But that idea of settlement is the idea of settlement. We actually call settlement closing. We all use it wrong. And one thing that we need to know, the attorney needs to know at settlement, is who's responsible for paying what. There's a lot of fees involved with settlement and closing. And the attorney, our contract spells out who's responsible for paying various things. Our contract tells us that the seller's responsible for excise tax, for example. Our contract tells us that the buyer's responsible for paying any costs associated with their loan. So the contract tells us, and if the contract doesn't spell it out, then the attorney can rely on customary practice. What is typical in this market? What is typical in this area? The buyer hires the closing attorney. The buyer selects the closing attorney, which means the buyer is the closing attorney's client. The attorney represents the buyer in the best interest of the buyer. And if the buyer's getting a loan, they come with a lender. So the attorney acts on the best behalf of the buyer and their lender. The seller is always welcome to hire their own attorney. They always have that option. They always have the option of hiring their own attorney. I'll tell you, in a typical residential transaction, a lot of the times the seller will allow the buyer's attorney to prepare their deed, get their document together and ready for closing. If you're doing a commercial transaction, each party's going to have their own attorney. If you're dealing with an estate, both parties are going to have their own attorney. But if we're just talking about a typical everyday residential transaction, the seller mostly will allow the buyer's attorney to do the work, but understand the seller is welcome to hire their own if they wish. And we as agents can be in communication with the attorney and help the attorney get the documents that they need. They may request certain documents from the sellers. They may need various things from the buyers. So we as agents are in communication. We're like the middlemen that's communicating between the attorney or the paralegal and our client. If the attorney's asking for something, it's kind of like the lender. If the lender or the attorney's asking for something, get it to them. Help our clients, help keep those gears going and get them the information that they're requesting. unfortunately, delays in settlement just happen. They just happen. I always tell my guys, my clients, to have a plan B. I don't know why it can get delayed. I don't have a crystal ball, but I need everybody prepared for a delay. I got to tell you guys, there's not much more that makes me nervous than a buyer telling me they're coming to closing in the U-Haul. That just, because what if it doesn't happen? Where are they going to go after that? So having a plan B and anticipating delays, I think it was, I don't remember how long ago, but y'all remember when Hurricane Sandy came through and like hit the coast of New York and messed it up? Y'all know that delayed our closings here. Why, you ask? Because a good chunk of our lenders' headquarters were in New York and they couldn't process the money because they didn't have power. Who would have ever thunk a hurricane in New York would delay our closings here? You guys with me? You never know what can happen. I need you guys to make sure you understand. We have a number of day delay built into our offer to purchase and contract. And prior to July of last year, that number of days was 14. And when you look at any old literature, any old information, you're going to see 14 days. But July of 2021, they changed our number of delays to 7. The current contract says we have a 7-day delay. So I'd be willing to bet if you look in your book on 4, wherever it talks about it, and I'm sure it talks about, yep, page 460, it says 14 days. That change just happened last July. The new contract that we're going to look at next week says 7 days. So you can edit your book. Only for force majors. I'm not following.
When you're talking about the delays, Julie, are you talking about only for specific things, or like when you don't have electricity, or
It could be a delay. What if we don't have loan approval from the lender yet? The
Okay.
underwriting hasn't given, that could delay it. What if the seller hasn't completed repairs yet? That might delay, agreed upon repair. So anything could cause a delay.
Okay.
And that's why I always want my parties to have a plan B, because I don't know what could cause it, but I know it could be delayed.
Okay. No,
Yep.
I'm sorry about the questioning here. It's only when it's a natural disaster or an act
Yep.
of terrorism.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. So loan delays is a very common, loan approval is a very common reason to delay. Like I said, any agreed upon repairs, the seller can't get their repairman out to fix it in time, that could cause a delay, right? Anything, like we just said, Hurricane Sandy comes through and knocks out power in New York, right? So it could be for any reason.
Okay.
The contract says, as long as the delaying party is acting in good faith, as long as they're trying, right? So they're not just purposely sitting there going, I'm going to delay, right? As long as they're acting in good faith, then it's an allowable 7 days. Yep.
Thank you.
Julie, I actually had a question regarding that as well. When the closing statements are generated, it, just includes, the insurances and all of that stuff, what they done split, and it's based on a specific date. So when that changes, like, how long does it take to get that all revamped?
As soon as a paralegal can type in new information, right? Because you're absolutely right. The seller's loan payoff, they have to pay interest to the day of settlement. The buyer's loan starts today. If that gets delayed, those numbers change. So, that's part of what the delay does, is the paralegal or the attorney have to recalculate those numbers.
Gotcha.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Delays aren't easy. They're not fun, but they happen. And that's what we need to be prepared for. I can almost guarantee you, anytime you're dealing with new construction, it's going to be delayed. I mean, because especially right now, we have such a shortage of supplies, so supplies aren't coming in as quickly. You got labor shortages, you got weather, so there's all sorts of things. And yeah, everybody's just got to step back and recalculate and redo it and go forward best that we can once we have a new date. Okay, so 7 days. Like I said, you got old literature. This change isn't even a year old yet, though. So it takes time. When they make a change like this, it takes time to get into all the publications. But your current offer to purchase and contract does say 7 days. And that's what we go by. Yeah, Amber.
Would that be like the test question answer too? The 7 day versus the
Test
14?
updates with absolutely. Yep. The test updates with the information. Yep. Yep. You're always tested on the current. Let me rephrase that. You're always tested on what's current. Okay. So let's talk about the buyer's due diligence process. And I know this says general responsibility working with a buyer. May you be a buyer's agent or a seller sub-agent. When we're working with buyers, we have general responsibility. I think a lot of this list also applies when working with sellers as well, but we're specifically talking about the buyer's due diligence process. So some general responsibilities. As a buyer's agent, remember, caveat emptor, it is the buyer's responsibility to find all the problems with the home. The seller doesn't have to disclose anything. It is the buyer's responsibility. And when the buyer hires an agent, we agree to take on that responsibility with them. So as the buyer's agent, we're going to help them discover and disclose material facts. Please note that says discover and disclose. As agents, we need to be on the lookout. When your little red flag that goes up that says ask questions or find out more, we need to help our buyer dig a little deeper to get that information. We have a duty to act in a competent manner. I hope that goes without saying. When in doubt, find out. We have the resources. We have the ability. Don't just try to make something up off the fly. Don't just spit something out. When in doubt, find out. You guys, when you join your firms, you have a broker in charge. You'll have peers. You have a real estate manual. You have the information. When you guys affiliate with your firms and you join the local board of realtors, affiliation into the local board gets you into the state association of realtors and the national association of realtors. And one thing you get with the state level is access to a legal hotline. That's part of what our membership dues pay for. With NCAR, you can email or call an attorney. We have legal hotlines, So when in doubt, find out. The resources are out there to make sure that we're acting competently. We have to avoid any undisclosed conflict of interest. I think a great example of this is acting like a dual agent without having the discussion and the agreement of whether or not you can practice dual agency. You can't just act like a dual agent. With dual agency, you have to have informed written consent of both parties. You have to discuss it. You have to disclose. We have to avoid any improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing. Man, they take the fun out of it, don't they? We can't have any fun. We have to avoid improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing. We're not allowed to lie. And we always have to comply with license, law, and commission rule. That's what LL and CR mean, license, law, and commission rule. You guys remember what Old Car says? Old Car says, I follow my client's lawful instructions. The client can't make me violate license, law, and commission rule. So I always comply with license, law, and commission rule. And then when I'm working with customers or third parties, I have a duty. I have to treat everybody honestly and fairly. So if you're not my client, you're my customer. Just because you didn't hire me doesn't give me a ticket to lie to you. We treat everybody honestly and fairly, and that's everybody in the transaction. Lender, home inspector, everybody involved. We have that duty to treat honestly and fairly. So talking about the buyer's due diligence, let me ask you guys a question. You meet a buyer and maybe you bring him into the office for a buyer consultation. And you go over, you're working with real estate agents because you know you're going to get into some first substantial contact discussions. So you do your working with real estate agents. You talk about agency and how you're going to work and what capacity, da 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 da. Once you get past all that, what's one of the very first things you should ask the buyer? What's one of the very first things that you should ask them?
Are you working with an agent?
No, we've already established that because we did agency. Agency's past us. After that, let's find out if they've talked to a lender. Have you talked to a lender? Let's get you pre-approved. Guys, we as agents, especially new agents, have a bad habit of putting buyers in our car or meeting buyers of property to show them homes if we don't even know they can afford it or not. Stop it, or don't start it. Let me put it that way. Don't start it. There's a common misconception out there where some buyers think that their mortgage amount equals their rent equals their mortgage. And that is not true. The two are in no way related. Before we start showing property, before we start, before we cross a threshold, we need to get a buyer to a lender. And it's always suggested that we encourage our buyer to talk to 2, if not 3 lenders. Encourage them to shop around because all lenders offer a different product. All lenders have a different service. I don't know what's the best product for you. I don't know your finances and your family situation. I have no clue. So encourage your buyer. If they say, well, my cousin's a lender and that's great. I'm not telling you not to use your cousin, but what can it hurt to talk to what can it hurt to talk to somebody else? Magdalene, did you have a question?
I forgot that I was on. I'm sorry, I thought it was on mute.
No, I just certainly don't want to skip you. I know me.
I was in agreement with what you said, but I didn't realize I was sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I just don't want to skip you. So make sure, and again, when it comes to the buyer's loan, our big responsibility is to have them talk to a couple. Never ever look at a buyer and say, all right, this is the lender we're going to use. It's not me getting the loan. I'm not the one making this decision. So our responsibility is to encourage them to talk to different lenders, find the right product for them. If the buyer's getting a loan, an appraisal is required, period, end of story. The lender will require the appraisal. If it's a cash buyer and they got a lot of questions about value, encourage them to get an appraisal. A cash buyer doesn't have to, but if they want to know what their potential new home is worth, they're welcome to get an appraisal. What if the seller wants to know the value? What if can the seller have an appraisal done before they list? Absolutely. Absolutely. What if it's a home that doesn't conform? It doesn't match its surroundings. And it'd be really difficult for me to do comps. I'm not an appraiser. I'm just a broker. And it'd be hard for me. Some sellers could have an appraisal done too if they're not sure. I actually went on a listing appointment once and it got to the point about price. And the seller said, well, we had an appraisal done. Would you like to see it? Yeah, that took all the guesswork out for me, didn't it? I was like, wow, they were on it. They had a home inspection done. They had appraisal before they ever called the real estate agent. These guys did their research and their homework before I ever showed up at their front door.
Sorry, so if you do have a seller that's that proactive, then does the buyer have to do all that? Would their
The
lender
lender
still
gonna require
recommend?
the buyer to get their
Oh,
own, unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, that was just to, and that's a great question, Amber, but that was just to kind of help the seller determine an asking price, not really an asking price, but help them determine what they can expect to get. Of course, understanding that the appraiser is just a guesstimation, you know. But yeah, unfortunately, the lender wants the buyer to get their own. So they can share it, but it doesn't mean anything to the lender. Something else the buyer should be encouraged to do during due diligence is to have a survey of the property. Surveys can help the buyer identify the property parameters. Surveys don't tell us the improvements they're going to convey, but survey gives us, think about it as a tour of the property. So the survey says, you know, the property line goes from here to here to here to here to here to here to here, right to here to here. So it identifies the parameters, and all the improvements within these parameters are going to convey. So the structure, the fence, the shed, the sidewalk, whatever. The survey is also the only way to truly identify encroachments, easements, setback violations, and flood zones. Once upon a time ago, surveys used to be required. Today, they're highly recommended. The lender, if the lender specifically has any questions about flood zones, if we're in a flood hazard, the lender may say, yeah, you got to get a survey. But for the most part, they're highly recommended. And I'm telling you guys, it surprises me how many times buyers decline the survey. I think they think they're saving money, and maybe they are, I don't know. But the problem, we're going to talk about title insurance in just a bit. And the problem is if an encroachment or some kind of setback violation could have been identified by a survey, title insurance isn't going to cover them. Title insurance is going to say, well, you chose not to get the survey. So if you'd have done that, we could have found the encroachment and taken care of it before settlement. It really surprises me how often the buyers say no to a survey. Now, if it's a condo or a townhome, that's a little different, right? We're talking about just a single family. So surveys are not required, but they're highly recommended.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
How much are the surveys usually?
You know, it depends on how big the lot is. I think about a quarter of an acre, you're probably starting at about $400 or $500. More expensive, the more land, you know, the topography, the terrain, there's a lot of factors that take in, but I think you're going to start about $400 or $500 and then go up from there. I mean, I heard somebody once they were buying like 10 acres and their survey was like $2,000, you know, so, but it was a big chunk of land, you know, it was a lot to identify. Okay. Something else the buyer needs to be encouraged to do is early on, once we're under contract, start shopping for property for homeowners insurance. They need to secure a homeowners insurance policy. The lender's not going to approve the loan if we don't have homeowners insurance. So we go under contract. We have an officially under contract. Yay, you know, celebrate the small wins in life, right? So yay, we're under contract. Buyer's agents, as soon as you get under contract, the very first thing you need to do is send a copy of that contract to the lender, because the loan to process, the loan process is the longest part of the contract to closing process. So we go under contract, yay, send the contract to the lender, tell your buyers that the lender's going to reach out in the next couple of days and they're going to request information. The first couple of days after going under contract, the lender is their priority. They need to get the information, the lender the information they need, so the lender can start doing their thing. Once the buyer has the lender that first round of information, get them shopping for homeowners insurance. Get them, and again, encourage them to shop around. Tell them to call Jake from State Farm and Flo from Progressive. You know, have them shop around, because again, not all homeowners insurance are created equally. They all offer different products. So have them shop around. If the property is in a flood zone, they may have to pay flood insurance, and flood insurance is not cheap. So if they have to get flood insurance, that is in addition to their property insurance. Here's the deal. Part of the loan approval, the buyer's monthly payment has to be approved, how much they're allowed to pay monthly. And their monthly payment includes 1/12 of their annual's homeowner's insurance. And if that homeowner's insurance tips them over their allowed amount, we're not going to get loan approval. As a buyer's agent, if we have to terminate, the best I can do is get them to terminate due diligence so I can get their earnest money back. And if we can't close because they can't afford homeowners insurance, I want to find this out early on in the transaction. So get them shopping. Again, encourage them to shop around. Probably prior to going under contract, right about that time that we're going under contract, the seller would have provided their RPODs. This was one that deserves an acronym. Residential Property and Owners Association Disclosure Statement. Just so much. Y'all good if I call it RPODs going forward? I can't say all that at 9 o'clock at night. So RPODs are the seller's disclosures. We also have the MOG. And these are the forms. These are mandatory forms, optional disclosures. So the seller has to provide them, but they have the option to say no representation. They don't have to disclose anything. Why? Caveat emptor. They're protected under that buyer beware. Even if the seller does answer yes or no, the buyers should be encouraged to do their own inspections. So even if the seller says, yeah, this is broke and the roof leaks and this doesn't work, okay, that's great. The buyer should still be encouraged to do their own inspections, regardless of how the seller completes the RPOs or the MOG, mineral and oil and gas rights. And remember, no matter how the seller completes, we always have a duty to discover and disclose. Only the seller is protected under caveat emptor. You and I are not. License law and commission rule says we always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. During the buyer's due diligence, we want to encourage them to have a pest inspection. Pest inspection is kind of a misleading name. Pest inspection only looks for wood destroying insects. So termites, carpenter bees, powder post beetles. Pest inspections don't look for all pests, just those that destroy wood. Now, if the home inspector sees evidence of pests, of course, they'll let you know. They'll let the buyer know. But the pest inspection is looking for wood destroying, and they're not necessarily looking for live critters. They're just looking for evidence of pests. So what you're looking at on the screen are termite tunnels. Termites eat wood. So if you're on like a concrete foundation or a cinder block or something, they're going to build these termite tunnels to get from the ground to the wood. And this is what the inspectors look. Maybe they're active, maybe they're not, but there's evidence that termites were or are here. And that's what they're looking for. I've seen one of these active. I never want to see that again. It was like the creepiest thing I've ever seen. They were just up and down, like little ants, just up and down. I didn't like it at all. That's why I'm not a pest inspector. Saw enough. Pest inspections are required if the buyer's getting a VA loan. So VA will require, very rarely do they let the buyer pay for it, but the VA will require it Any other loan type, the pest inspection again is just recommended. The buyer can choose not to have a pest inspection.
I'm sorry, I kind of got confused by your last statement. When you said that very rarely will they let the buyer pay for it. So who pays for it?
Most of the time the seller gets to.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yep. Yep.
Just like, wait,
Yep.
what? Okay.
And when we look at our forms next week, we're going to look at an FHA VA addendum. And the VA section of the FHA VA addendum says the seller may be required to pay for certain inspections required by the VA lender. So
Gotcha.
listing agents, when you're presenting this offer to your seller, you need to explain to them, if you accept this offer, you may be on the hook to pay for the pest inspection. In addition to the pest inspection, I think one of the more important things the buyer can do is get a home inspection. Guys, understand the home inspector's job is to go through the home and point out all the problems, point out everything wrong with it. The home inspector's report is not going to say, this is a lovely home and I think you and your family are going to be very happy here. That's not what the home inspector's job is. Their job is to go through and say, this is broke, that's not working, this isn't doing right. With the home inspector, I tend to think of them as like your general practitioner. You go to the doctor and they, once a year and you get your annual checkup, they know a little bit about a whole lot of things, right? And when your general practitioner finds something they don't like, what do? They send you to a specialist, right? They suggest you talk to your home inspector is going to do the same thing. They're going to say something's not right with electrical, talk to an electrician. Something's not right with the plumbing, talk to a plumber. You want to make sure your buyer uses a qualified inspector. Again, recommend that they talk to 2 or 3. You can even say, here's a list of 3 home inspectors that I've used in the past. If you don't know any home inspectors yet, your firm will probably have a preferred vendor list. Maybe you can get recommendations from other agents in your firm. But when your buyer looks at you and says, who should I have do my home inspection? Please don't go to Google. They can do that. Send them to a home inspector that you know or somebody you know is used and has a good experience with. You also want to prepare your buyer, help educate your buyer. Again, this is not a pretty report. This isn't all flowers and fluffy kitten, right? All right, it's ugly and there's going to be a whole lot of pictures. Home inspectors like to take pictures. This could be a 40, 50, 60 page report. Prepare your buyer for that. Listing agents, we also need to prepare our sellers for the home inspection. Home inspectors won't touch personal property. So if there's a whole bunch of boxes stacked up in front of the closet where the water heater is, the water heater's not getting inspected. So sellers can help, and listing agents, we can help educate our sellers. Leave these components of the home, make sure they can get to the fuse box and the water heater in the, crawl space. Do you need a key to get in the crawl space, right? Have your sellers assist and help out with that so your buyer can get, or their buyer can get a full home inspection. And the home inspection needs to be completed within due diligence. We're going to talk about possible repairs in just a second.
I like this picture. I feel like it's very, very real.
I couldn't not include it.
Like the truth.
Yeah, because it's perfect. Like you said, you get a 60-page report and your buyer's going, and you look it over, you're like, oh, that doesn't look too bad. It's fine. They're going, oh my God, it's 60 pages. But stuff like, the front porch light doesn't work. Well, the home inspector doesn't have a spare light bulb to see if, right? What they can suggest is contact an electrician, right? The doorbell, have you seen that one yet? The doorbell doesn't work, contact whomever fixes the doorbell repairman, is that a person? But you're with me. I mean, they send you to talk to, get further advice. And that all needs to happen, I'd say, early in the due diligence, because if there's major electrical issues, then your buyer wants time during due diligence to get an electrician in there and look at it. Does that make sense? Is everybody good with that? This is something I try to do pretty early on so we know what we're dealing with. Things that the buyer, every time the buyer, I just asked if I had a couple homeowners in here. If you can remember being a buyer, every single time you saw that home, you probably saw something new. Every time you went back, you saw something different, because the first time you went in, you had your rose-colored glasses on. The second time they came off a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Every time the buyer accesses the property, they're going to see different things. Are there tenants in the property? The listing agent should help us out and let us know that, of course, as well. But when a buyer buys, if there's an existing lease and tenant in place, the buyer buys honoring that existing lease. So if there's tenants in place, the buyer needs to have that information during due diligence so they know what they're getting, so they know what they're buying. While I'm not a surveyor, I can try to help identify easements and encroachments. For example, I'm not a surveyor, but I was shown a property once, and it was like it was in town, and the driveway, like let's draw a picture. The driveway was here, and the house was, the house was over here somewhere. And the garage came out like this. And then the neighbor's yard was here. And while I'm not a surveyor, I questioned that part of the garage was an encroachment or not, because the driveway line was the property line. And so I have this piece of the garage that's poking over. And when I called the listing agent, she said, oh yeah, that's an encroachment. We need to disclose that. So although I'm not a surveyor, sometimes you can just see stuff. Sometimes you can just look at stuff. If you have any questions about an encroachment, encourage your buyer to have a survey. My husband and I just bought this house August of 2020, and we got a survey because I got to be our agent. I'm a really good agent. I said, we're going to get a survey. So we got a survey, but one of the big reasons I wanted a survey is because I have a shed in my backyard, and I was concerned about how close to the property line it was. And my survey came back, and the back corner of my shed is in by a whopping foot. But you know what? It's in. And if the neighbor ever comes knocking and says, your shed's on my property, I have a survey telling them that it's not. But that raised a flag for me because it looked like it could have been on somebody else's property. The other thing, any recent constructions or renovations, again, listing agents, buyer's agents as well, that should be a little red flag. If you can tell sometimes when a room's been added on to the back of the house, the brick just doesn't quite line up perfectly, right? There's always that, maybe you step down into it or something. Ask questions. It's okay. I'd rather ask questions than answer to the real estate commission, right? So ask questions. Is that room a recent renovation? Did you have the permits pulled? Is it permitted space? Any violations of zoning or restrictive covenants? We're doing this research. We're helping our buyers learn as much about the property as they possibly can. And again, when your buyers first go in, they walk in the front door and they're looking to see, how does this home work for my family? Can I see us doing, Friday night game night here? Can I see us, doing our homework over here? They're not looking at, up at the ceiling and the walls for cracks. They're not looking down at the floor for chewed up baseboards, right? So that's one thing. We aren't trying to imagine ourselves live there. So we can help our buyers see things that maybe they're not paying attention to just yet, because they're looking at the big overall picture. Questions so far? comments? Well, it looks like we got one more break. You guys good with me for the last hour? I mean, ready or not, you know. So let's take 10. Ooh, I about put 10 o'clock in there. No. 9:29. There we go. So let's take 10. When we come back, we'll bust out our last 45 minutes. Wake up, Maria. Wake up. Welcome back. That was not the mouse, that was me. A human error when I can. You know, as we're coming back, the other thing that good reason to ask about recent construction or renovations. You guys remember mechanics liens? So if something was just recently done, we want to make sure the seller paid for it, right? Because the last thing we want is the new owner to be strapped with a mechanics lien that the seller didn't pay. We'll talk more about mechanics liens, but that's another good reason. We always have to pay attention to those red flags. When you have a reason to ask questions, when something looks, then we need to make sure that we're asking in recent renovations and constructions. You can walk into a room and tell if it's been painted, right? Because it smells like fresh paint. So, ooh, this smells good. You just had to paint it. Did you pay for it? You know, you may want to come up with a better way than that, but we want to make sure that the new owner is not saddled with mechanics liens after they purchase the property. Something else the buyer needs to consider doing during their due diligence. If the property is not on public sewer, we need to make sure that the property can support an on-site septic permit. So if it's not on public sewer or it can't be hooked up to public sewer, we want to make sure that it will support an on-site septic. Just a distinction between unimproved land and improved land. Unimproved land is bare. It's not been plumbed. There's no electricity. There is no septic on site or public. Improved land has been plumbed and electricity, utilities, Google fiber optics, whatever. It's just waiting on the structure. If it's an existing property on an on-site septic, then we need to encourage our buyer to have a septic inspection. If it's an unimproved land, we want to have them have a perk test. A perk test will tell if the land will support an on-site septic system, where it needs to go. You don't want the septic system above the house, right? You want the house below, right? Because it runs down. So you want to make sure there's a certain location of the septic system. You don't want it interfering with the structure. Again, an existing septic, it'll tell you the number of bedrooms permitted. The permit will tell you the number of bedrooms permitted. Septic systems have a capacity. Anybody remember how many heartbeats per bedroom they figure? They figure how many heartbeats per bedroom. That's right, Magdalene, 2. So when they tell you it's a 3-bedroom, when the permit tells you it's a 3-bedroom house, that means the septic system can support 6 people living there. So that's what the bedroom means. They tell you 3 bedrooms. What the septic permit is telling you is that the capacity of the septic tank is meant for 6 people. Listing agents, this is very important. If you're listing a property with an on-site septic, you can only advertise the number of bedrooms per the septic permit. There's been many a times I've been showing property. It's advertised as a 3-bedroom property. And my buyers and I are standing in what could be a perfectly good 4th bedroom. But they can't call it a 4th bedroom because the septic says it'll only hold 3. You guys with me? So don't list a property. If the seller doesn't have the septic permit, have them call the county and request one. This is coming back and biting lots of agents. So y'all make sure you list it accurately and properly. I don't know the cost of a septic tank, nor do I want to find out because I'm writing a check for somebody else. So make sure you investigate that. Questions or comments on that? I don't want to keep you guys out of real estate jail on that one.
If they do check with the county, do they have to pay for that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, seller. And it might be that the permit, I mean, think about a house like built in like, I don't know, the 50s or something, right? It might be that the permit has expired and the seller just didn't know any better. These are all things we can do before we list, because a good buyer's agent is going to want to see the septic permit. So we know this is coming anyway. And like I said, I can't tell you how many bedrooms it is until I see that permit. So might it delay listing? Possibly. I don't know the backlog of the health inspector, or the county inspector, you know. Other questions or comments on that? Only the number of bedrooms is allowed per the septic permit. Now, if it's public, doesn't matter. If it's public sewer, it doesn't matter. This is only if it's an on-site septic system.
Quick question. So if you're ever
Yeah.
just listing the land itself, you have to say whether or not it's improved or unimproved?
Yeah, probably. Yep. But either way, the buyer should be encouraged to have a perk test done if we can't hook up the public, or if it's not already hooked up. There was an instructor with Carolina School of Real Estate, and she lives down like Uwharrie, down like Troy, all that area. And she lives on Lake Tillery. And she had a neighbor, or somebody a couple lots down was selling their house. And she knew it wasn't on a septic. She knew it wasn't connected, or it was on a septic, excuse me, it wasn't hooked up to public. And the new guys came in and they were saving money, and they didn't have the septic tank inspected. And all sorts of things went wrong because the house was vacant for like years and years and years. And all sorts of things went wrong after they bought and moved in and started using water again. You know, it's not just commode that we're talking about, it's dishwasher, washing machine, sink, you know what I'm saying? It's all the water that leaves the home. And yeah, they said, oh, no, we don't need a septic inspection. And she said, you know what? I'm a real estate agent, and I think you should, no, we're fine. All sorts of problems after and they couldn't do anything. They couldn't afford to do anything. So, I mean, again, I hate to think a lot of people just think they're saving money. And in the end, that $400 could have, or 600 or whatever it is, could have saved them so much more. So the best we can do is encourage them. The best you guys can do is document that you encourage them. And I actually got a form that we're going to look at next week that helps protect us. But those of you, Amber knows, she's probably tired of me saying this, but for those of you that know me in pre-licensing, I'm telling you to document everything. Because if it ever goes down, your documentation is what's gonna save you. If the property is on a well, we want to encourage our buyer to have the water tested. If the property's on a well, have them have the water tested. Again, VA loan will require well water to be tested, but any other loan is optional. For that matter, any concern that the buyer has, encourage them to have it tested. I've had a couple buyers on city water have the water quality tested. One woman looked at me and she said, I work in the hospital. I know what that water looks like. I want my water test. I said, hey, let's do it, you know? So any concern about the quality, well water, public or city water, they can have that tested. And that's usually something the home inspector can help with. They know people. they can send the water off to have that tested. So that may be part of the decision when deciding what home inspector to hire. Lead-based paint. If the home's built prior to what year? Who remembers the magic year with lead-based paint?
1978.
1978. Awesome. So anything built prior to 1978, the buyer should be encouraged to do, if they have concerns, to have it tested for wood. This is something else we can educate our sellers on. The only way to test for lead in the paint is to actually chip paint from a windowsill or a door sill and send it in to the lab. Again, most home inspectors can help us with that. We'll look at our lead-based paint addendum next week when we look at our forms. This is another seller disclosure. Lead-based paint is the caveat emptor exception. The seller must disclose lead if they know. They can't disclose what they don't know. So if they've had professional contracted work done, it's been tested for lead, and they've been provided with reports. And if they know, they have to disclose that. Lead is about the only exception to caveat emptor. And this applies for sale and for rent. Tenants also, they can't have it tested because it's not their property, but we can still educate them on dangers of the lead in the home. There's the EPA's booklet with environmental, what you need to know about lead in your home, something like that. So we can help provide them with the literature to help them learn. And same thing with tenants. So we have the lead-based paint hazard addendum. The one that we're going to look at is the sale version, but there is also a rent version. Is anybody doing property management or thinking about doing property management? That's a hard no. All right. All right. So for sale, that's what we're going to have. Radon. Encourage your buyers to have it tested for radon during due diligence. So radon is colorless, odorless gas. It's the result of decaying matters in the ground. And that gas is looking for like a crack in the earth to escape. And if that crack in the earth happens to be under a home, the radon gas is going to escape into the home. Radon, you could have high levels of radon at one home and no levels of radon next door. So there is no consistency to where radon is high because there's decaying matters under the ground everywhere. Home inspectors can help with this as well. They have a little kit that they bring in the house. They set this kit up for like 2 to 3 days. And each hour, this little kit takes like a snapshot of the radon level. So every hour it does a snapshot. And at the end of 2 to 3 days, if the average is over 4.0 picocuries, then that's considered high levels of radon. That's considered undesirable. A radon mitigation system drills into the lowest level, the crawl space or the basement of the home, the lowest level. And it's got little fans that pull the radon out and send it out into the atmosphere where the radon belongs anyway. Asbestos. Asbestos is just fine when it's intact. The problem with asbestos is when it becomes friable. When it becomes friable, the asbestos is breaking down and the particles get in the air. We breathe the air and the little particles get in our lungs. The magic year for asbestos is also 1978. You don't need to know that, but it's helpful that it correlates with lead-based paint. We stopped building with asbestos in 1978. So if you're dealing with an older home, especially if your buyer plans to renovate or demolish, they need to make sure that they're handling the asbestos properly. I did a post-licensing class once. One of us may in our career. I mean, there's only 6 of us, right? So one of us may encounter this. I did a post-licensing class once. Girl said, my very first buyer ever, we ran into asbestos. I said, wow, you already have an experience that I don't. They terminated, they didn't buy. She said, as soon as they said they didn't want to deal with it. I said, well, then I guess you kind of got lucky, huh? But just one of those things that we need to be aware of because you may run into it. So the buyers had all their inspections and investigations. Remember, we're still in due diligence. Remember, due diligence is the buyer's opportunity to learn as much about the home as they possibly can. So we've had all our inspections, home inspection, pest inspection, radon, lead-based paint, we got property insurance, blah, blah, blah. The buyer can ask the seller to do repairs. Is the seller obligated to do any repairs? Do they have to? No. Homes in North Carolina are sold as is, so they don't have to do any repairs. The buyer can always ask. The worst the seller can say is no. The seller can't terminate because the buyer asked. So we can always ask. The worst they can say is no. If the seller agrees to do any repairs, those repairs have to be agreed on in writing and signed by 5 p.m. of our due diligence date. They got to be agreed on in writing and signed before the end of due diligence. The repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. So we're in due diligence, we get the due diligence request and agreement signed. The seller has that period of time between settlement and closing, due diligence and settlement, that period of time between due diligence and settlement to complete the repairs or whatever other arrangements we can come up with. Remember, anything is negotiable between the parties. I've known of cases where, for example, I had buyers once and they were buying an estate and the home was built like in the 50s or something. Original owners, mom and dad had owned this house, right. And so the kids were now selling, the adult kids were selling the home, and they wanted to help my buyers out. We found some electrical problems and they wanted to help my buyers out, but they just did not want to deal with it. So whatever other arrangement the parties agreed to, we got a quote from an electrician. The sellers put that amount of money in the closing attorney's escrow account. So the attorney was holding the money. We went to closing, the buyers had the electrician in, and the bill went to the attorney's office for the attorney to pay for that work done. So the attorney safeguarded that money so the sellers didn't drive off into the sunset with it, So that's an example of what we mean by whatever other arrangements the parties agree to. What I need you guys to understand is that the parties can agree to whatever they want to. So can we reduce the purchase price in lieu of repairs? If the parties agree to it. Can we have an escrow agent hold repair money if the parties agree to it? This slide right here is probably the real estate commission says is one of the biggest in practice problem topics. So I want to make sure we're really, really good. The repairs have to be in writing, signed while we're in due diligence. The repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. Did you have a question, Amber?
Yes, I think. I'm just gonna ask it. I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment. I don't know. But okay, so with that being said, and because you can purchase a home pretty much as is, the seller can choose not to do the repair. You're still in a bonded contract though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So at that point, does it become voidable?
Nope. So we ask, the seller says, nope, I'm not doing any repairs. We're still in due diligence.
Okay.
The buyer, now knowing what they know, decides if they want to move forward with or terminate the transaction.
But they forfeit
They
their
have a 60-page home inspection list telling them everything wrong with the house. And they know the seller's not going to fix anything. And they know that when they buy this house, they're going to have the 60 pages worth of problems. So now knowing what they know, do they want to move forward with or terminate the transaction?
Okay.
And that's the point. We cannot, if the home is advertised, if MLS remark says as is, to me, I interpret that to mean that the seller's not willing to do repairs. And sometimes the remarks will tell you that seller not doing any repairs, right? So we know going into the contract. But even if the seller doesn't disclose that, they're still not obligated. Again, we can always ask. The worst thing they can say is no. And the buyer says, okay, I understand you don't have to, but now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction?
Thank you.
Is that
Yes.
cool?
So I
Good.
have a question.
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
So let's say they agreed to that the seller is going to repair something and then
Okay.
the repair doesn't happen by the time the settlement. Can like the buyer back out at that time and say you didn't, do your contract or
So we
something
got a
like that?
7-day delay. We got a 7-day delay, right? So if the seller, and if the seller's acting in good faith, right, maybe their contractor's swamped right now and they can't get them out, or the electrician can't come out, right? So there's part of the reason why we have that delay. The seller tried, but the seller can't make the electrician get out sooner. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, so but if it's let's say it's past the 7-day delay, would that be a voidable contract?
No, but the buyer may terminate.
Okay.
It wouldn't be voidable, but they, after that 7 days. Yep. Phew. That'd be hard for me as a buyer to terminate if the seller's willing to do repairs. They've got their electrician on the phone. You know what I'm, so that'd be a hard buyer right there. But yeah, that's what that 7-day delay says. The non-delaying party does nothing but sit still and be patient for those 7 days. On day 8, they may terminate. Other questions about this? I want to make sure the Real Estate Commission says this is misused across the state in practice on a regular basis.
I guess because you want to appease the buyer, that's who you're trying to calm down their need and urgency to be into the home and to make it be this picture perfect thing to them, right? And you're trying to fix all these minor details, because a lot of times it's not even a lot. Like going back to that picture where everything actually pretty much looks good. There are little minor things, but it can be a checklist like this long.
Exactly.
So it's like, how do you ease their mind and let them know like this is gonna be okay? Just bear with me these few days. Like you said, like contractors are busy and there's such short staff out here right now. Like they can't get around in 7 days.
I mean, if
My
people
husband-
don't know that there's a supply shortage and a labor, this isn't just specific to Winston-Salem, right? This is all over the country right now that we're facing. So, I mean, if that's what we have to educate people, in that case, you can just say, go to Google and look up shortage supply, and I'm sure they'll get caught up real quick. It's a sign of the times right now, right?
Yeah.
And we just need to be a little patient sometimes. And that might be a good case where, okay, maybe we go on to closing and the seller put that money in escrow. So when it does, maybe that's something else we can do, other arrangements, right? So we don't have to delay closing, but that way the buyer still ensures that the seller is going to pay for them when it's done. Does that make sense? So that might be a good case, a good thing to not delay closing. I mean, I was raised, if you don't have to delay, the better, right? So if you don't have to put it off, if you can work out other arrangements, that's always best. Delaying should not be your first go-to. If you can come up with creative solutions is what we call them. Creative solutions. So what I'd like to do now, I'm going to get off PowerPoint for the rest of the evening. We'll pick back up here on Tuesday. I'm going to let myself a note where we are. Just a couple of things I want to look at. We got a lot of forms to look at in this class. I'm not going to lie to you. So I want to kind of look at a few of the forms that we've hit on tonight. Next week is going to be a big forms week. So hang on to your hat for that. Back at the Real Estate Commission's website, publications, and looking at our Q&A brochures again. They also have one on home inspections. So I think, again, this is a good guide. Amber kind of said, how do you prepare your buyer for what to expect from a home inspection? Like, how do you make a 60-page nitpicky home inspection report not look so scary? And this might be one of the tools that we can provide our buyers and sellers to help them better understand the process and what to expect. So again, there's tools and resources out there to help us educate the public, help us work through the transaction. And if you look under resources, there's a video library. And I'm not going to lie, I haven't even had a chance to see this one yet. They've just redone this whole page. But here's a video that we can direct our buyers to about the buyer's right to inspect. It's loading. Here we go. The buyer's right to inspect. Here's a video on the home inspection. So if you don't like to read or your buyer doesn't like to read, we can always send them here to watch some videos. And like I said, I haven't even had a chance to watch these yet. They just updated this page. They did a total revamp of this page not too terribly long ago. So that was resources video library. And they got some good updated stuff out there. So I know there's a lot of questions. The buyers have a lot of questions about home inspections, understandably. So this can kind of help us explain it to them, better explain the process to them. The other thing that buyers, that Amber kind of touched on, buyers really don't like to hear that sellers aren't obligated to do repairs. Buyers don't like to hear that they have the right to say no. But the best thing we can do is prepare them for that. You know, tell the buyers, we're going to ask for these repairs, but you need to be prepared. The seller can respond one of three ways. They can agree to do all the repairs, some of the repairs, or none of the repairs. So I think one thing that we can do is kind of, you know, help hear the possible scenarios, right? This is how it could. I hate to say it, but in this market, there's not many repairs getting done. There's not many. There's no home warranties. There's no seller pay closing costs. There's not repairs. But guys, I promise you, this isn't going to be the market forever. We will get out of this market, and buyers will have some, I hate to say power, but buyers will have some kind of, right now they got nothing. So buyers will have some kind of something again somewhere down the road, I promise. So let's go. We got about 20 minutes. So we're doing good. Learn, test, pass. Again, you guys are all going to get in this weekend, sooner rather than later. We've already been through the first section. So like I mentioned, just to kind of point out to you, here it is. Here's a little quiz. So in addition to the, I think they call it a self-check in your book, there's also little quizzes in Learn, Test, Pass. Again, just to make sure you guys are ready for next week or 2 weeks, whenever your test is. So if we look here under forms, let's talk about a couple of these forms. One form I want to look at that we just talked about is our due diligence request and agreement. If the seller agrees to do any repairs, this is the form that we can use. So remember, we have to have agreed upon repairs in writing and signed by the end of due diligence. And this form allows us to do this. So this form is between the buyer and the seller. We're going to put the property 123 Main Street. And then I have a list here to spell out all the agreed upon repairs. And we need to be specific. Please just don't say fix the electrical, because the seller could change one light bulb and say, well, I fixed the electrical. You need to be specific. What is it about the electrical that you want the sellers to do? You can provide, with your buyer's permission, you can provide that portion of the home inspection report so the seller can see for themselves the description and the pictures from the home inspector that says this is what's wrong with the electrical. Again, you have to have your buyer's permission because it's their home inspection. So whether or not they share it is up to them. Please just be specific on these. Make sure there's no room for uncertainty. And if you need more room, attach an additional piece of paper, see additional pieces of paper. In the event the parties agree to any adjustments or conditions of the property, such adjustments shall be completed in a good and workmanlike manner. This always makes me a little nervous. You may want to put verbiage in there that has the seller contact a qualified electrician or a general contractor. right? If it's something, you know, everybody has access to YouTube and a hammer, but that doesn't make them handymen. So just proceed with caution as the buyer's agent, and that if you want a professional to do it, to do the work, then specifically put verbiage in there that you want a professional. Seller shall notify buyer upon completion of the above and provide buyer with documentation. So asking to see paid in full invoices. Once the work is done, show me the bill from the electrician that says it's been paid. That does two things. That assures the buyer that they're not going to have a mechanic's lien put on the property after closing. But the other thing is it tells the buyer who did the work. So if we have electrical problems after closing, they know who to call. They know who to contact. Buyer has the right to verify that the above items have been complete. So before settlement, they have the right to inspect those agreed upon repairs. Maybe they want to send their home inspector back out to look at them. Maybe they're okay with just putting their eye on it. But either way, they have the right to verify. We mentioned, you know, we might be able to do something in lieu of repairs. Maybe like in my case, the seller wanted to help out, but they just didn't want to deal with it themselves. So we put the money in escrow, but something else we could do, we can always renegotiate the purchase price. We could lower the purchase price. We could always have the seller pay some seller paid closing costs, right? That would be, either one of those would be that much less money that the buyer has to bring to closing. So they have that money to pay for the electrician after settlement when they're done. If we change purchase price, and this is what this first note is saying, if we change the purchase price or seller pay closing costs, then we're going to do a different form, the agreement to amend the contract, which we'll look at in just a minute. By the way, these blue notes, we have blue notes and we have red warnings in our forms. They're meant to draw our eye to them. They're meant to help us see this important information. So don't ignore blue notes and red warnings. So we'll see that again, our agreement to amend. We'll see that in just a second. I'll explain that second blue note in just a second. And then I have a place, the buyer agrees to release their home inspection report or a portion of their report. They do or do not agree. Again, I understand the home inspection is being done on the seller's home, but the home inspection report is the buyer's property. They're the one that paid for it. So it's their property. And whether or not they want to release that to the seller or not, there's two sides to that story. Some buyers want to release the report and say, hey, look, of everything on this whole report, I'm only asking you to do these couple things. Other buyers say no, because if I don't buy, I've just bought the seller a home inspection. So we provide the options, they make the decision. It's not my home inspection report. I can't tell them to release it, but we give them those options. I would try to encourage my buyers to at least release the part of the home inspection report that they're asking the seller to fix, so the seller can see where our request is coming from. And then this agreement shall be effective on the date. So buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. This is a common theme we're going to start seeing when we look at our forms and our closing paperwork. Buyer sign on the left, seller sign on the right. While this form doesn't come out and say it, and I hope I don't get in trouble for saying this, let's see. This form, I think of this form as an amendment, because when we look at our contract next week, there's a sentence in our contract that says this property is being sold in its current condition. And if the seller agrees to do any repairs, anything, then we've amended that one sentence. So once the seller signed this, once I have an executed DDRA, the seller's now contractually legally obligated to do whatever agreed upon repair. You guys with me? Even if it's changed the light bulb. Now the property is no longer being sold in its current condition. Now the property is being sold under the condition that this light bulb is going to get changed. So I always thought of this form as an amendment. Questions or comments on our DDRA?
My last question for tonight, I promise.
No, you got 10 more minutes.
Okay. Not really with the DDRA, but with going back to like repairs, and if the seller say, okay, I'll fix this and I'll give you this towards closing, would that mess up like their HUD or their lending situation at all, to where they have to go back to that?
So let's look, let's see if this doesn't answer your question. Another form that we have is the agreement to amend. Now this is an amendment. This calls it an amendment. You remember earlier we said an amendment is a change. So we've gone under contract, we have a signed contract, but for whatever reason, we're agreeing to change some of our agreed upon terms. And the first thing I have on this form is a red warning that says all parties, including lending and settlement agent, must be provided a copy of this agreement. Because to your point, once we go under contract, we're sending a copy of the contract to the lender, we're sending a copy of the contract to the attorney. If we change, for example, the purchase price, both lender and attorney need to be aware of those changes. So is it going to affect the lending? Not unless the price goes up and the buyer was like close to the tippy top, right? But if we agree to negotiate the purchase price down, it's not going to be, it's not, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to affect loan approval, but everybody needs to be aware of the new purchase price if that's what we're amending. Does that answer? Perfect. So agreement to amend, again, between buyer and seller on this property. And then you can see pre-printed form, various things that we can amend. What are we doing in round 2 of negotiations? Are we renegotiating the purchase price? Are we adding earnest money? Are we, if it's new construction, are we adding a building deposit? Are we asking for more due diligence time? And if so, did we renegotiate due diligence fee? All that basically what we're going to see next week, all the terms that we fill in the blank in the sales contract, I can now amend in the agreement to amend. The parties can agree to amend the contract. If we change the escrow agent, settlement date, maybe we find out we have a delay in settlement and we agree to a new date. Please understand, if we agree to a new settlement date, we still have a 7-day delay. That 7-day delay is built into our contract. So if for some reason we agree to a new settlement date, we have a new settlement or new 7-day delay unless we check this box. If we check this box, we only have a 4-day delay. You don't check the box, you still have a 7-day delay. Everybody with me? So if we agree to a new settlement date and we check the box, it's a 4-day delay. Questions on that? 7 if you don't, 4 if you do. On the amendment, not on the contract. Seller pay closing costs, if we agree to anything there. Home warranty, this is just new. That's what they added July 2021. Maybe the seller at first said, no, I'm not doing the home warranty, and then they changed their mind or something. We can renegotiate that. Anything's up for negotiations. And then buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. You can also amend the contract. So let's just stick with the purchase price. Let's say the parties agree to a purchase price. You can cross out the old purchase price, write in the new, and have everybody initial and date that change. But I don't know how much experience you've had with our sales contracts. We don't have a lot of room in margins to try to write stuff and put in initials and dates. So a lot of firms will say, I mean, they provide you with this form. It's cleaner. It keeps things looking neater and nicer. So this form is available for us to use. I want to say one more thing. This is something I'm experiencing in practice, and I'm on a personal mission to nip this in the bud. If we're asking for more due diligence time, we are still in due diligence. Once we're out of due diligence, you can't go back. And I'm seeing in practice, due diligence is up today at 5 o'clock. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the buyer's agent calls and says, can we have more time? No, because due diligence was over yesterday at 5 o'clock. I don't know where that started and I don't know where it came from, but I'm on a personal mission to end it. If you're asking for more due diligence time, we're still in it. Everybody good with that? Questions on that? I'd like to find the source. I kind of want to like thump them. I don't know where that came from, but I don't like it. Okay. So agreement to amend. And let's see, I got time for one more. What's it called? That's kind of a long form. Oh dear. Let's see, I'm going to stop sharing for 1 second because this last form I want to talk about tonight is not in Learn, Test, Pass, but I still think it's a really important form. So I'm kind of going off of, I'm going off script a little bit, but I think it's that important. And this is the form that we mentioned earlier. And this is our form. This form was designed for us. And I'm happy to, where'd it go? I just pulled it up. I'm happy to put it in the chat if you'd like to grab a copy. But this is a professional services disclosure. And this is the form between us and our client. May that be the buyer or the seller. And we can use this form for both parties. And this form goes through any service that anybody could use. And the client has the choice to waive the service or select it. And if they do select the service, who's going to order it? Am I going to order it? Are they going to order it? And then who's going to do it? What's the name of the home inspector or the name of the appraiser? The reason this is our form, if, for example, the buyer waives the home inspection, and then they come back after closing and they find an encroachment and title insurance says, I'm not going to cover you because you didn't get a survey. And the buyer, who's now the new owner, says, well, my agent didn't tell me to get a survey. And you get the brown envelope saying, why didn't you encourage? This is your documentation. This form right here is what's saving us. And if I only had 3 minutes, I could tell you guys story after story after story of agents that have gotten out of trouble with the real estate commission with that very scenario. Buyer says, well, my agent didn't tell me that. They pull this form out and see that they waived the service. And in addition, the agent has documentation. Maybe it went down via text. I had a buyer once decline the pest inspection. I'm like, really? It's on a crawl space and we can only see like this much of it, you know, and it's only like $65. Nope. I'm calling Terminex when I close anyway. I don't need the home inspection. That conversation went down via text first. And second, I immediately said, I need you to initial here. I need you to initial that you waived that pest inspection, because if she bought the house and then found out it was infested with termites, who do you think she's coming after first? Who do you think she's going to try to come after first? And this form keeps us, this is our form. I'm a big fan of this form. For example, my firm, we have required documents for closing. This is a required document. In other words, I'm not getting paid until this form is complete in my file. Sade, I know Lane, I'm pretty sure you guys use it. Amber, have you seen this yet with your firm? Do you use it? Yep. And the other thing I like about this, one more minute, I know I'm watching my time. The survey, you see, it says C note below. The survey is telling the buyer failure to have a survey could have an issue with title insurance. So it's like one last attempt to encourage the importance of the buyer to have the survey done. So very important form for us. I'm a big fan of this form. I apologize for going off script, but I don't want to see any of you in the back of the bulletin. And if it's something like a form that can keep us out of real estate jail, I'm all for it. So thank you guys for allowing me to ad-lib and cover that. The client signs it, and then the individual agent signs it on behalf of the firm. Again, this is between us and the client. It's 10:15. Thank you guys so much. This was a good class tonight. We'll come back together on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. It's a big week next week. We're together 3 nights. So we're going to cover a lot next week. Get and learn test pass, start playing around, feel free to poke around and play around. I'll send you the link tomorrow for our YouTube channel that will have tonight's class in it. So if you want to go back and review anything, you'll have that over the weekend. If I can answer any questions or help, I'm around all weekend. I'm really going to stop talking now. You guys have a great weekend, and I'll see everybody on Tuesday. Bye.